to blow with all his might. The gusts howled and roared, trees bent, dust swirled, and the traveler shivered. But instead of losing his cloak, the man wrapped it tighter around himself and fought against the fierce wind. Then it was the sun's turn. The sun smiled gently and shone warmly upon the traveler. Slowly, the air grew pleasant and bright. Feeling the warmth, the traveler loosened his cloak and finally took it off. The wind fell silent, humbled. The sun said softly, "Kindness and warmth can achieve what force and anger cannot." Moral of the story: gentleness and warmth are stronger than force and aggression. True strength lies in kindness, not in domination. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. The Samhain festival, pronounced so, is an ancient Celtic festival that marks the end of the harvest season and the beginning of winter, a time when the Celts believed the boundary between the living and the dead became blurred. Here's a full explanation. Why Samhain is celebrated. This one, end of harvest and start of winter. Samhain, celebrated from October 31st to November 1st, was the Celtic New Year, marking the end of the light half of the year, summer and harvest, and the start of the dark half, winter, too. Honoring the dead, the Celts believed that during Samhain, this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share. Once upon a time, there was a poor but kind-hearted farmer named Liam. Every time it rained, he would look at the sky and see a beautiful rainbow stretching across the valley. One day, he heard an old legend. At the end of every rainbow lies a pot of gold. The idea filled Liam's heart with hope. If I can find that gold, he thought, I'll never have to struggle again. So, one morning after a heavy rain, he began to chase the rainbow. He walked through forests, climbed hills, and crossed rivers. But each time he got close, the rainbow seemed to move farther away. Tired, hungry, and frustrated, he finally sat down under a tree. A wise old traveler passed by and saw his disappointment. "What troubles you, young man?" he asked. Liam sighed. "I've been chasing the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, but I can't find it anywhere." The traveler smiled kindly and said, "My friend, the rainbow's end moves because it's not meant to be found. The gold isn't out there, it's inside you. The journey, the hope, the lessons you've learned, that's your true treasure." Liam looked around. He realized he had met kind people, seen beautiful lands, and grown stronger in spirit. His heart filled with gratitude. From that day on, he stopped chasing illusions and began creating his own gold through hard work, kindness, and faith. Moral of the story: happiness and success aren't found at the end of a rainbow, they're built within you along the journey. Stop chasing illusions and start appreciating your growth. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share. On a
बस फोन में लाइव डाला उसमें
Lonely cliff by the roaring sea stood an old lighthouse. For decades, its keeper, Samuel, climbed 300 steps every evening to light the lamp. Rain or storm, calm or chaos, he never missed a night. People in the nearby town often laughed. Why work so hard for a light no one notices? Samuel only smiled. Even if no one sees the light, the ones in the sea depend on it. One stormy night, winds howled like angry beasts. Waves crashed high enough to swallow the cliff. The entire town lost power. But the lighthouse still glowed strong, steady, unshakable. At dawn, a ship anchored safely at the port. The captain rushed to Samuel with tears in his eyes. Your light saved 120 of us last night. We were lost. Your light took us home. Samuel realized something profound. The world may not always praise your efforts, but someone, somewhere, is surviving because you didn't give up. Moral of the story: your consistency is your real power. Your purpose matters, even when nobody notices. The world is impacted by you in ways you may never see. Keep shining your light, maybe someone's lifeline. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planet channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
There once lived a young sculptor known for his talent, yet held back by doubt. Every day he worked on a block of marble, hoping to carve something extraordinary, but he feared failure, so he only chipped a little and left it unfinished. One night, exhausted, he fell asleep beside the stone. In his dream, a beautiful angel appeared and touched the cold marble. The angel said, "Inside this stone is a masterpiece. I am waiting to be freed. Why do you stop?" The sculptor replied, "I'm afraid I'm not good enough. What if I destroy what's inside the stone?" The angel smiled and said, "The only way to destroy the masterpiece is to never start. The world never sees the beauty hidden inside those who hesitate." When he woke up, the sculptor felt a fire in his heart. He took his tools and began sculpting with courage, speed, and passion. Days passed, nights passed. He worked without fear. When he finally finished, the angel he carved looked exactly like the one from his dream. People came from everywhere to see this breathtaking sculpture. The sculptor became famous not for his talent, but for his courage. The angel from his dream whispered to him once more, "Your masterpiece was never in the stone. It was always inside you." Moral of the story, your potential is limitless. The masterpiece of your life appears only when you overcome fear and take bold action. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planet's channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
There was once an old carpenter who had worked faithfully for many years building houses. As he grew older, he told his employer, "I've worked long enough. I want to spend my remaining days in peace with my family." The employer, saddened but understanding, asked for one last favor. "Please, build one more house, your final one." The carpenter agreed, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. He used cheap materials, rushed the work, and didn't care for details. When the house was finished, it looked decent on the outside, but it was poorly built within. The employer smiled and handed him the keys to the house. "This is your house," he said. "It's my gift to you for your years of service." The carpenter was shocked. His heart sank as he realized the truth. He had built his own house, but without care, effort, or pride. He would now live in the home he had built carelessly. Tears filled his eyes. If only he had known he was building for himself, he would have done it all differently. Moral of the story: whatever you build your work, relationships, or character, you're building your own house. Do it with care, passion, and integrity, because you live inside what you create. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planet's channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Once upon a time, in a village, there lived 6 blind men who had never seen the world. One day, the villagers excitedly told them, "An elephant has arrived today." Curious and excited, The blind men approached the elephant to understand what it was like through touch. The first man touched the trunk and exclaimed, "Elephant is like a thick snake." The second man touched said, "No, an elephant is like a big fan." The third man felt the leg and argued, "You're both wrong. It is like a strong pillar." The fourth touched the stomach and said, "It feels like a big wall." The fifth touched the tusk and declared, "An elephant is like a hard spear." The sixth touched the tail and concluded, "No, it is like a rope." They began to argue loudly, each believing he alone was correct. A wise man standing nearby gently explained, "Each of you touched only one part of the elephant. Truth is much bigger than what you see or feel from your limited perspective." The blind men realized their mistake, smiled at each other, and joined hands. Moral of the story: we often fight because we see only a part of the truth. To understand the complete picture, we must listen, learn, and respect different perspectives. Wisdom comes not from winning arguments, but from understanding others. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Once upon a time, there lived an emperor who loved only one thing: new clothes. He spent all his money on fashion, ignoring his people, his kingdom, and his responsibilities. His palace was full of outfits, but he always wanted more. One day, two cunning weavers arrived at the palace. They claimed, "We can make the most beautiful clothes in the world so special that only wise and intelligent people can see them. Fools cannot see our fabric." The emperor, excited and curious, hired them immediately. For days, the weavers pretended to work. Their looms were empty, but they acted as if weaving invisible cloth. Ministers came to check their progress, but none could see the fabric. Still, each one lied to avoid appearing foolish. "Oh, yes! Magnificent! Such colors! Such patterns!" The emperor finally went to see the clothes. He saw nothing, but he also pretended, "Splendid! I must wear them in the grand parade." When the day of the parade arrived, the weavers pretended to dress him. The emperor stepped outside wearing absolutely nothing, but everyone cheered loudly, afraid to appear stupid, until suddenly a small child shouted, "But the emperor has no clothes." The crowd fell silent. The truth broke like thunder. People whispered, laughed, and finally admitted what they all knew. The emperor's face turned red with shame, but he walked on, realizing the truth he had been avoiding. Pride blinds, honesty frees. Moral of the story: ego can trap you. Honesty is more powerful than status. Sometimes truth comes from the simplest voices. Leaders must value truth, not flattery. Never fear speaking what is right. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet forest valley, a gardener planted many seeds in a fertile field. All the seeds sank comfortably into the soft soil except one. One small seed rolled away from the gardener's hand and slipped beneath a heavy rock, hidden in darkness, buried in pressure, crushed under weight. Days passed, weeks passed, seasons changed. The seeds in the open soil sprouted quickly and proudly. They rose with sunlight, swayed with the breeze, and looked down at the little seed trapped under the rock. "You are unlucky," they said. "You'll never grow. You're stuck." But deep inside, the little seed refused to give up. Even under the rock, it pushed. Even in darkness, it hoped. Even in silence, it tried. Every drop of rain that seeped in, every ray of warmth that touched it, the seed used it. Slowly, quietly, it grew stronger roots. Roots far deeper than the other seeds would ever have. One morning, after months of silent struggle, the seed pushed one last time. Crack! The rock shifted. A thin green shoot broke through the soil, stronger than any plant around it. The gardener was amazed. "This one," he said, "has survived pressure the others never faced. That is why it will grow taller than all." Years later, the seed became the tallest tree in the valley, its branches touching the sky, its roots gripping the earth with unshakable strength. The same seeds that once laughed at it now lived in its shadow. A moral of the story: sometimes life puts a rock over you not to stop you, but to shape you. Pressure builds strength. Darkness builds determination. Struggle builds roots. If you keep pushing, you won't just grow, you will rise higher than you ever imagined. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet garden behind an old cottage, a beautiful rose bloomed proudly. Her petals were soft, fragrant, and admired by everyone who passed by. She believed she was the most special flower in the whole garden. But beneath her, sharp thorns guarded her stem. People whispered, "The rose is beautiful, but those thorns ruin everything." Hearing this again and again, the rose began to dislike the thorns. One morning, she complained, "Why must I have these ugly thorns? They don't shine, they don't smell sweet, and they don't bring admiration. I wish they would disappear." The thorns remained silent. Days passed. One afternoon, a strong, hungry goat entered the garden and rushed straight towards the rose. Seeing the fresh petals, the goat tried to eat the flower. But the moment it bit the stem, the thorns pricked its mouth. Shocked and hurt, the goat ran away. Shaken, the rose realized the truth. She whispered to the thorns, "I was ashamed of you, but today you saved me. Without you, I would have been destroyed." The thorns finally spoke. "Beauty shines on its own, but without strength, beauty cannot survive." From that day, the rose stood tall, grateful for the thorns that protected her, and proud of the balance nature gave her. Clear moral of the story: your strengths may shine, but your struggles, hardships, and thorn-like experiences are what protect you, shape you, and make you unbreakable. Never be ashamed of what makes you strong. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a small town lived a young girl named Arini, who dreamed of becoming a world-class dancer. Dance was her heartbeat, her language, her joy. But when she was 14, a tragic accident left her with only one leg. Doctors said she would never dance again. Friends stopped encouraging her. People looked at her with pity. But Arini refused to quit. When she first tried to stand, she fell. When she tried to spin, she slipped. When she tried to jump, she collapsed. Yet every time she fell, she repeated one sentence. If my dream still lives inside me, I can still rise. She practiced day and night, balancing on one leg, using her crutches at first, then slowly letting them go. Her body learned a new rhythm. Her heart learned a new courage. 1 year later, the national dance competition arrived. Everyone laughed when Arini entered. How can a girl with one leg dance? She should just watch from the audience. But when the music started, Arini closed her eyes and she danced. Every movement spoke of pain transformed into power. Every spin told a story of refusal, strength, and courage. Every leap screamed that nothing is impossible. The whole hall stood up in silence, then erupted into applause. Arini didn't just win the competition. She won hearts across the world. Her message was simple. Life may take something from you, but don't let it take your dreams. Strength isn't what you have. It's what you do with what you have. Moral of the story, a symbol of hope for anyone who felt broken, limited, or defeated. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a busy city lived a humble bricklayer named Kabir. No, not for strength or speed, but for patience. Every day he stood under the sun, stacking bricks one by one, slowly raising walls that others would later admire, but never notice who built them. He dreamed of building not just walls, but a legacy. Yet the world believed bricklaying was a small job, a life without greatness. Even his own inner voice whispered, "What difference can I make with just bricks?" One day, a wealthy businessman visited the site and asked Kabir, "What are you building?" Another worker replied proudly, "A wall." But Kabir looked up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "I'm building a school where children will dream bigger than I ever could." The businessman was stunned. The same bricks, the same work, yet the meaning was worlds apart. He began funding the construction, impressed by Kabir's vision. Years passed, and the school flourished. Children who studied there became doctors, engineers, artists, leaders. One day, during the school's anniversary, Kabir stood quietly among the crowd as guests applauded. A young girl came to the stage and said, "I come from a poor family. This school changed my life." I am becoming a scientist. Because a bricklayer built this place with a dream. Kabir's eyes filled with tears. His work had shaped lives. His bricks had built futures. Moral of the story: greatness is not in what we do, but why we do it. A brick may be small, but dreams are limitless. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Once upon a time, in a quiet forest, there stood a mighty oak tree beside a gentle bamboo. The oak was tall, thick, and proud. It often looked down at the slender bamboo and said, "You are so weak and thin. Look at me, strong and unbreakable. When the storms come, I stand firm while you bend and tremble." The bamboo smiled and replied softly, "Maybe you are right, my friend. But even when I bend, I do not break." One day, a fierce storm swept through the forest. The wind roared, lightning flashed, and rain poured heavily. The proud oak tree resisted the storm with all its might, refusing to bow. But the wind grew stronger and stronger until the oak tree snapped and fell with a thunderous crash. When the storm passed, the bamboo stood tall, swaying gently in the calm breeze. The bamboo whispered, "Strength is not in resisting, but in adapting." Moral of the story: true strength lies in flexibility and resilience, not in pride or rigidity. Bend when life demands. It's how you survive the storms. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a busy library, a young student named Ria searched for a book on success. She spotted an old, dusty book with a torn cover titled "The Path to Greatness." She frowned. "This can't be good," she thought, and reached for a shiny new book beside it, called "The Shortcut to Success." It had a glossy cover, fancy title, and inspiring pictures. But when she opened it, most of the pages were blank. Disappointed, she glanced back at the old book. Out of curiosity, she opened it. Inside were powerful lessons, handwritten notes, and wisdom that spoke directly to her heart. She smiled softly. The librarian, watching her, said, "Sometimes the greatest treasures hide behind the plainest covers." That day, Ria learned something far more valuable than success. She learned never to judge too quickly. Moral of the story: appearances can deceive. True value often lies within, not on the surface. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Once upon a time, a wise king placed a large boulder in the middle of a busy road. Then he hid nearby to see who would move it. All day, people came and went. A wealthy merchant walked by and complained, "Why doesn't the king clear the road?" and went on his way. A nobleman muttered, "This rock is ruining my schedule," and turned away. Even soldiers passed, grumbling but doing nothing. Finally, A poor farmer carrying vegetables for his family stopped. He sighed, set his basket aside, and began to push and pull the boulder with all his strength. The sun burned, his hands bled, but he didn't give up. After great effort, the rock finally moved. To his surprise, beneath it lay a pouch of gold coins and a note from the king. This reward is for the one who clears the obstacle from the path. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow. The farmer smiled with tears in his eyes. He realized that effort turns obstacles into opportunities and that most people miss their gold because they walk away too soon. Moral of the story: every obstacle hides an opportunity. Don't complain, act. Effort is the key that unlocks reward. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, on a mountaintop, 3 little trees stood and dreamed of what they wanted to become when they grew up. The first tree looked up at the stars and said, "I want to hold treasure. I will be the most beautiful treasure chest in the world, covered with gold and filled with precious jewels." The second tree looked down the river and said, "I want to be a strong ship. I want to travel mighty waters and carry powerful kings across the seas." The third tree looked down the valley below and said, "I want to grow tall and straight and point to heaven so that everyone will think of God when they see me." And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet village lived an old potter named Heron, known for shaping clay into masterpieces. People admired his work, but his most precious creation was a beautiful vase. Smooth, symmetrical, flawless, glazed in shades of gold and deep blue. It stood proudly at the center of his workshop, like a king among vessels. One evening, while Haran was working, he accidentally elbowed the table. The vase fell. It shattered. Pieces scattered like fallen stars across the dusty floor. His heart broke with it. For days, the potter sat silently, staring at the pieces. Visitors came, offering sympathy. Many advised him to sweep it away and make a new one. But Heron did something unexpected. He gathered the pieces gently, washed them carefully, and began putting them back together, not to hide the cracks, but to highlight them with melted gold. Slowly, piece by piece, the vase was reborn. Not perfect, but radiant. Every crack gleamed like a river of sunlight. People saw it and were amazed. "Why not make a new one?" they asked. Haran smiled and replied, "Value isn't in perfection, it's in the story behind the scars. Broken is not the end. It is the beginning of beauty reborn." Soon, travelers came from far and wide to see the golden cracked vase, and it became more treasured than the flawless one had ever been. Moral of the story: your mistakes do not destroy your worth. Scars are proof of survival, strength, and rebirth. What breaks you today may shine tomorrow. If life breaks you, rebuild with gold in your cracks. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
A farmer once had an old donkey that had served him faithfully for many years. One day, the donkey accidentally fell into a deep, dry well. The animal cried for help, and the farmer ran to see what happened. He looked down and felt helpless. The well was too deep, and the donkey was too old. After thinking for a long time, the farmer decided to cover the well to avoid future accidents, even if it meant losing the donkey. He took a shovel and began throwing dirt inside. When the donkey felt the dirt hit his back, he cried loudly. But after a few moments, something changed. Instead of giving up, the donkey shook off the dirt and stepped on top of it. The farmer continued throwing dirt. The donkey continued shaking it off and stepping up. Hour after hour passed. Every shovel of dirt that was meant to bury him became the very step that lifted him higher. Finally, the donkey stepped out of the well and walked away freely. The farmer stood in shock, realizing he had just learned the biggest lesson of his life. Moral of the story: life will throw dirt on you, pain, criticism, challenges, betrayal. Shake it off and step up. Every hardship can become a stepping stone if you don't give up. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
During a fierce winter night at the border, a young soldier named Rohit guarded his post alone. Snowstorm winds howled like wolves. Visibility was almost zero, and danger hid behind every shadow. But Rohit did not move. His duty was stronger than fear. Inside his jacket pocket was a letter he never opened. It was from his mother. Before leaving for the front line, she had handed him the letter and said, "Open this only when you feel the world is against you." That night, as the cold pierced his bones and enemy footsteps echoed in the distance, Rohit's courage began to tremble. He felt alone, tired, vulnerable. A sudden explosion shook the ground. Rohit took cover, heart racing. The attack had begun. While bullets whistled past him, he felt his hand touch the old, folded letter. With shaking fingers, he opened it. His mother had written, "My son, remember this. You are braver than fear, stronger than pain, and bigger than any battle you will ever fight. If you fall, rise again. If you fear, push forward. If you feel alone, know that my prayers walk with you." Tears rolled down Rohit's face, not out of fear, but out of strength. He stood up again. He took position. He fought with a heart full of fire, protecting his comrades and holding the line until reinforcements arrived. At dawn, exhausted but victorious, Rohit looked at the sky and whispered, "A letter can be small, but the courage it gives can save a life." The letter didn't stop the battle, but it transformed the soldier who fought it. Moral of the story: sometimes a few powerful words can awaken the strength we forget we have. One letter of love, one message of hope, can turn fear into unstoppable courage. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet village, there lived a young man named John. He dreamed of becoming rich, respected, and powerful. Every night, he prayed for a miracle, something that would change his life forever. One day, an old traveler came to the village. Beyond the forest, across 3 rivers and hills, there lies a mountain made entirely of gold. Those words set John's soul on fire. Without hesitation, he packed his bag and set off on the journey. He crossed burning deserts, battled storms, climbed steep cliffs, and survived on almost nothing. His feet bled, his body weakened, but his heart was full of hope. After months of struggle, he finally reached the mountain, and what he saw was true. The entire mountain shined like pure gold under the sun. He fell to the ground, crying with joy. But then he noticed something strange. Many people were already there, sitting, digging, collecting gold calmly. None of them looked amazed or excited. When he asked why they weren't celebrating, an old miner replied, "Because the journey was the real treasure. The courage we built, the strength we gained, the patience we learned, that is far more valuable than gold." John realized something powerful. He left home as a boy, but he returned as a man built by challenges. The world measures wealth in gold, but life measures it in growth. And moral of the story: chasing your dreams is not about what you get at the end. It's about who you become on the way. Success is not the treasure, the journey is. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
A wise monk once lived near a riverbank. Every morning, he sat in meditation, absorbing the calmness of nature. One day, when he approached the river to fetch water, he saw a scorpion struggling in the current, helplessly being dragged by the flow. The monk knew the creature was dangerous, but compassion moved him. He reached out to lift the scorpion out of the water, and the scorpion stung him. The monk winced in pain, but didn't give up. Again, he extended his hand, and again, the scorpion stung him. A passerby who had been watching yelled, "Master, why do you keep trying to save it? Don't you see it keeps stinging you? Its nature is to hurt." The monk smiled gently and replied, "Yes, it is in the scorpion's nature to sting, but it is in my nature to save. And my nature will not change because of someone's actions." With the help of a leaf, the monk out of the water and placed it safely on dry land. The passerby stood silent, realizing a powerful truth. Moral of the story: don't let the behavior of others change who you are. Keep your goodness, kindness, and compassion intact, even when the world stings you. Your character is defined by your nature, not by how others treat you. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a small town near a wide river, people gathered every weekend to watch a famous rope walker named Aaron. His rope stretched high above the river, and crowds came from everywhere to see him perform impossible feats. One day, Aaron announced something extraordinary. Tomorrow, I will walk the rope blindfolded across the river. The news spread like wildfire. Thousands gathered. Some cheered with excitement. Many whispered doubt. Impossible! He will fall today! No one can survive this. The next day, Aaron climbed the platform. He tied the blindfold over his eyes. The crowd held its breath. Step after step after step. The wind blew fiercely. The rope swayed, and fear tried to shake him. But Aaron kept moving. Halfway across, the crowd began shouting, "Aaron, you can't do it! Stop!" But Aaron could not hear them. He wore earplugs. Minutes later, Aaron reached the other side safely. The crowd erupted in shock. After the show, a young boy asked him, "Sir, how were you not afraid? Didn't you hear people shouting that you would fall?" Aaron smiled. "That's exactly why I didn't listen." Then he added, "In life, your balance breaks the moment you start listening to every voice around you. When you remove the noise, you find your focus. And when you find your focus, you find your path." Moral of the story: the world will always have doubters. People may try to pull you down out of fear, jealousy, or misunderstanding. But your path becomes clear when you trust yourself more than their noise. Success belongs to those who walk their path with focus, belief, and silence inside their mind. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet village, a young boy often visited an old potter's workshop. The potter spent hours shaping lumps of clay on his wheel, pressing, molding, and reshaping with patience. One day, the boy asked, "Why do you press the clay so hard? Won't it break?" The potter smiled and replied, "The pressure gives it strength. Without it, the pot would collapse when the fire comes." Days passed, and the boy watched how the potter placed the clay pots in a blazing kiln. The fire was fierce, yet when they emerged, the pots were strong, shining, and unbreakable. The boy finally understood it wasn't the softness of the clay that made it beautiful, but the pressure and the fire that gave it purpose. Years later, when the boy faced life's challenges, he remembered the potter's words. Every hardship, every pressure, and every test became his kiln, shaping him into something greater. Moral of the story: pressure shapes greatness. Just like clay becomes strong under heat, your struggles are the fire that forges your strength and purpose. Never fear the pressure it's shaping your destiny. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once, a traveler entered a village carrying only an empty pot. Hungry and tired, he asked for food, but every villager said, "We have nothing to share." The traveler smiled and placed a stone in his pot, filled it with water, and began to boil stone soup. The curious villagers asked, "Stone soup? What does it taste like?" He replied, "Delicious, but it could use a carrot." One villager brought a carrot. Another added potatoes. Then onions, rice, and even spices followed. Before long, the pot was full of rich soup. enough for the whole village. Everyone sat together, sharing laughter, joy, and a meal created by cooperation and generosity. Moral of the story: unity creates abundance. When people share even little things, miracles happen. Alone, we have little, but together we have more than enough. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a barren corner of the world, where the wind howled through dry soil and dust-replaced grass, lived a quiet man named Elziard Bouffier. He owned little, a small hut, a flock of sheep, and a bag of acorns he always carried with him. But what he had more than anyone else was patience and purpose. Every day, he walked across the lifeless land with his staff in one hand and seeds in the other. He planted acorns one by one, even though no one watched, admired, or rewarded him. Year after year, season after season, storms came, droughts came, wars came, people destroyed, but he kept planting. The villagers laughed. "What difference can one man make?" they mocked. But Elziard didn't plant trees for people. He planted them for the future. Years passed, and something wonderful happened. The lifeless hills slowly turned green. Birds returned. Streams that had dried long ago began to flow again. Children who were born into a world of dust grew up running through forests full of life. The world called it a miracle. But it wasn't a miracle. It was patience, purpose, and one man's quiet devotion. He did not protest. He did not demand change. He became the change. Because sometimes great revolutions don't begin with crowds. They begin with one seed. Moral of the story: small actions every day can transform the world. You don't need applause to make a difference. Consistency is more powerful than talent. If you believe in your purpose, nurture it seed by seed. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In ancient Persia, master weavers created carpets so stunning they were called windows into paradise. Each carpet took years of patient work, thousands of threads, countless colors, and unimaginable skill. Yet, every master weaver did one strange thing. They intentionally left a small flaw somewhere in the pattern. When asked why, a young apprentice once said, "But master, why spoil something so perfect?" The old weaver smiled and replied, "Only God is perfect. Our flaw is a reminder of humility, that beauty does not come from perfection, but from devotion." The young man never forgot those words. He realized that perfection is not the goal. Purpose is. Every mistake, every scar, every imperfection adds depth to your life's pattern. So don't hide your flaws. Embrace them. They are proof that you dared, you tried, you grew. Moral of the story: imperfection is not weakness. It's what makes you divine. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet coastal village lived an old fisherman named Santiago. For 84 days, he had gone out to sea and returned with nothing. The villagers whispered that his luck had run out, and even the young boy who once helped him was forbidden by his parents to go with him anymore. But Santiago did not give up. On the 85th day, he set sail alone, determined to change his fate. Far out in the deep blue sea, he hooked a massive marlin, a fish larger and stronger than any he had ever seen. For 3 days and 3 nights, the old man battled the marlin. The rope tore into his hands, the sun burned his skin, and the salt stung his wounds. Yet he held on, speaking softly to the fish, calling it brother, respecting its strength, but never surrendering. At last, the marlin circled the boat in exhaustion. With one final effort, Santiago harpooned it. The victory was sweet but short-lived. On his way back, Shark smelled the blood and attacked the marlin. Santiago fought them fiercely, breaking his knife, his oars, and finally, his spirit. When he reached shore, nothing remained but the skeleton of the great fish. The villagers, seeing the size of the marlin's bones, were stunned. The boy wept not because the fish was gone, but because the old man had shown what true strength meant. Santiago had lost the fish, but he had won something greater. Moral of the story: the victory of persistence, courage, and dignity. True strength is not in what we win, but in what we never give up on. Thanks for watching. Click like and videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet town lived an old chess master undefeated for decades, feared by champions, respected worldwide. His mind was sharp like a sword, and his board was his battlefield. One day, a young student came to him and asked humbly, "Master, teach me how to win like you." The master smiled and placed a chessboard between them. They played every day, morning to night. The student lost constantly. Days became weeks, weeks became months, yet not once did he defeat the master. Frustrated, the boy asked, "Why don't you let me win at least once? How will I learn?" The master replied gently, "You learn more from losing than winning. Victory teaches pride, but defeat teaches wisdom." The student breathed deeply and continued learning, observing patterns, studying mistakes, thinking deeper. Slowly, his moves sharpened, his strategies grew stronger. One evening, after a long battle, he finally defeated the master. The student was shocked, but the master smiled proudly. "You won," he said. "Not because I played weak, but because you grew strong." The boy asked, "Was losing important?" The master answered, "Every failure was a step toward your success. A learner who never loses never truly learns." From that day, the student became a master not because he won, but because he learned from losing. Moral of the story: failure is not the opposite of success. It is part of success. A mind that never gives up becomes unstoppable. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Aria was a hard-working young woman who never took a break. She worked long hours, skipped meals, and ignored her body's signals. One day, while typing on her laptop, her phone suddenly died in her hand. Frustrated, she plugged it into charge and then paused. She whispered to herself, "Even my phone knows when to stop and recharge, but I don't." That thought struck her deeply. Every day, she recharged her phone, her laptop, even her wireless earbuds, but never herself. From that day, Arya began taking short walks, meditating for 5 minutes, listening to music, or simply doing nothing for a while. She realized that rest didn't make her lazy, it made her stronger and more focused. Her productivity soared, her stress dropped, and her smile returned. Moral of the story: you can't run on an empty battery. Recharge your mind, body, and soul regularly. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet village stood a tiny house at the top of a hill. Every evening, when the sun disappeared behind the mountains, a soft golden glow illuminated a small window. Inside lived an old man named Haru, known for carrying a little oil lamp wherever he went. People often laughed at him. "Why do you walk with a lamp even during sunset? There is enough light to see." But Haru only smiled. One night, a heavy storm struck the village. Winds roared, trees collapsed, and darkness swallowed every corner. Houses lost electricity, streets turned invisible, and people panicked. Children cried, elders trembled. Then, through the darkness, a warm glow appeared. Haru was walking house to house with his little lamp. He knocked gently on every door. "Here, take some light. You may need it more than I do." He gave them candles, shared lamp oil, guided lost children home, and helped families find food and safety. He walked for hours through storm and mud, never letting the flame die. By morning, the storm was gone. The people gathered near Haru's house, ashamed and grateful. One man asked softly, "We always mocked your lamp. Why did you still help us?" Haru smiled, not out of pride, but wisdom. Light is not meant to be hidden. It becomes valuable only when shared with someone in darkness. Silence filled the village. From that day, every home kept a lamp, not to show wealth, but to remind them. Moral of the story: if you carry light inside you, even a small one can guide the world. Be the lamp not just for yourself, but for others too. Kindness is the flame that never goes out. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet village lived an old farmer named Keshav. He worked hard his entire life on a small field, but despite all his efforts, he never became wealthy. His only treasure was his young son, Arjun. One day, as the farmer grew weak, he called and whispered, "Everything you're looking for is hidden in our field? Arjun felt confused. Treasure? Riches? Gold? But his father only smiled and closed his eyes forever. After the funeral, Arjun ran to the field with excitement. He dug the soil all day, then the next day, and the next. But he found no treasure. Still, he didn't stop. He dug the entire field, turning over every inch of soil. Months passed, and something unexpected happened. The field, once dry and unproductive, suddenly turned fertile because of all the digging. When the rains arrived, plants sprouted everywhere. Within weeks, the barren land became the richest farm in the entire region. Arjun finally understood. His father never meant gold or diamonds. He meant the real treasure. Hard work, consistency, patience effort that never goes to waste. Arjun sold the crops and became wealthier than he could have ever imagined. He looked at the golden field and whispered, "This was the treasure all along." A moral of the story: hard work always produces results, even if you don't see them immediately. Effort is the real treasure. Fortune comes to those who work with patience. Sometimes success is hidden where you least expect it. What you build with your hands becomes your true wealth. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
One cold winter morning, a tiny sparrow lay on the ground, trembling. Snow had fallen all night, covering everything in white silence. The sparrow could hardly move. Her wings were too cold, her body too weak. She looked up at the gray sky and whispered, "Maybe it's time for me to give up. The world is too big for a small bird like me." As she closed her eyes, a farmer came walking by. He saw the helpless sparrow lying in the snow. Feeling sorry for her, he gently picked her up and placed her in the warm hay of his barn. Hours later, the little bird felt warmth spreading through her body. She stretched her wings again. "I'm alive!" she chirped. Soon, she began to sing softly, her voice trembling but full of gratitude. Then she thought, "If I can survive the storm, maybe I can survive anything." Days passed. Her strength returned. The farmer left the barn door open one sunny morning, and the sparrow flew out high into the bright blue sky. As she soared above the fields, she looked down and whispered, "Hope gave me wings when life froze me." From that day on, she sang louder than any other bird, not because her life was perfect, but because she had survived when she thought she couldn't. Moral of the story: even when life feels cold and hopeless, a small spark of faith can warm your world again. Hope is the fire that keeps your wings alive. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet mountain village lived Arav, a young boy known for his curiosity and kindness. One day, while climbing the rocky hills, he slipped and severely injured his leg. The wound took weeks to heal, leaving him with a permanent limp. The villagers pitied him. Many whispered, "He will never be strong again. He can't live a normal life." And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a quiet mountain village lived Arav, a young boy known for his curiosity and kindness. One day, while climbing the rocky hills, he slipped and severely injured his leg. The wound took weeks to heal, leaving him with a permanent limp. The villagers pitied him. Many whispered, "He will never be strong again. He can't live a normal life." Arav felt broken. He stayed indoors, hiding from people's stares. One evening, an old sage visited him. "Why do you hide your wound?" the sage asked. "Because it makes me weak," Arav replied. The sage smiled gently. "Your wound is not your weakness. It is your wisdom. One day, someone will need the strength you discovered through this pain." Years passed. Arav grew into a compassionate young man. His limp never disappeared, but neither did his determination. One stormy night, the village was shaken by a loud cry. A little girl had fallen from the same hill where Arav once slipped. No one dared to climb in the dark except Arav. He knew every rock, every edge, every danger, because he had suffered there himself. With his lamp held high and his heart racing, he made his way up the hill. His old wound throbbed, but he didn't stop. After a long struggle, he found the girl trapped between rocks, terrified and injured. "I know this pain," Arav whispered, "and I know the way out." He carried her slowly and carefully back to safety. The villagers were stunned. "You saved her life!" they cried. Arav smiled. "I could save her because I was once wounded." The sage's words echoed in his heart. The broken become the healers. The wounded become the wise. From that day, Arav became the village's wounded healer. The moral of the story: the one who transformed his suffering into strength, his pain into purpose, and his wound into a guiding light for others. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Long ago in Thailand, there stood a massive statue of a Buddha made of plain clay. Every day, people walked past it without noticing anything special. It was ordinary, dusty, and ignored. One day, soldiers invaded the region. Fearing the statue would be stolen, the monks covered it with layers of clay so no one would know its true value. After the war, many monks had died, and the secret was lost. Years later, the clay statue began to crack. A young monk, curious about one of the cracks, took a hammer and gently tapped it. Suddenly, a bright golden light shone from inside. The statue wasn't clay, it was solid gold underneath. For years, people believed it was worthless because it appeared ordinary. But the truth was always inside. It was simply buried under layers. And moral of the story: we are like the golden Buddha. Life covers us with layers: fear, doubt, failures, criticism, setbacks. But beneath all of that lies your true potential, your abilities, your greatness. Remove the layers, discover the gold inside you. You are more powerful than you think. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, in a quiet forest, there lived a young bird who dreamed of flying high above the clouds. Every day, it watched other birds soar freely, feeling jealous and small. One stormy night, the little bird tried to fly, but a fierce wind broke its wing. It fell to the ground, trembling in pain, as other birds flew away into the distance. Days turned into weeks. The bird could not fly. It watched the sun rise from the ground, feeling hopeless. But it refused to give up. Slowly, it began to hop, then walk, using its good wing to balance. Every day, it practiced stretching, fluttering, enduring pain, and never stopping. Months later, one morning, when the golden light touched the forest, the little bird spread its wings and took off. This time, it flew higher than ever before, because now its wings weren't just strong, its spirit was unbreakable. It whispered to the wind, "My broken wing taught me how to fly." Moral of the story: strength doesn't come from comfort. It comes from struggle. Pain teaches us to grow stronger than before. What breaks you today can build you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Once upon a time, on a mountaintop, 3 little trees stood and dreamed of what they wanted to become when they grew up. The first tree looked up at the stars and said, "I want to hold treasure. I will be the most beautiful treasure chest in the world, covered with gold and filled with precious jewels." The second tree looked down the river and said, "I want to be a strong ship. I want to travel mighty waters and carry powerful kings across the seas." The third tree looked down the valley below and said, "I want to grow tall and straight and point to heaven so that everyone will think of God when they see me." Years passed. Rain, wind, and sun helped the trees grow tall and strong. Then one day, woodcutters climbed the mountain. The first one said, "This looks like a strong tree, perfect for a feed box." He chopped it down. The tree was disappointed. It wasn't made into a treasure chest, but a manger for animals. The second woodcutter said, "This tree will make a fine small boat." The tree smiled, thinking it might become a mighty ship, but it was made into a small fishing boat too weak to sail the seas, just a vessel for carrying fishermen and fish. The third tree's heart fell when the last woodcutter looked up. "Any tree will do," he said, and cut it down without care. The tree was left in pieces and thrown into a lumber yard. Years went by. The trees forgot their dreams. Then one night, a woman placed her newborn baby in the manger made from the first tree. The tree felt the baby's light and warmth and realized it was holding the greatest treasure of all, the Son of God. Years later, a man stood in the small fishing boat made from the second tree. The man calmed a storm, and the sea obeyed him. The tree knew it was carrying the King of Kings, more powerful than any any earthly ruler. Finally, one day, the third tree was formed into a cross. As Jesus was crucified upon it, the tree felt ugly and harsh, but on the third day, it realized it stood on a hill, pointing to heaven and reminding everyone of God's love. All three trees had seen their dreams come true, just not in the way they had imagined. Moral of the story: sometimes our dreams don't unfold the way we expect, but if we trust in the journey, life can give us something far more meaningful than we ever imagined. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, in a prosperous kingdom, there lived a mighty king known for his wealth, power, and pride. Every day, he would walk through the palace garden, admiring what he owned. One morning, he noticed a poor beggar sitting near the palace gate, smiling peacefully. The king was irritated. How can a beggar smile when he has nothing? He thought. Curious, the king approached him and asked, "Why are you smiling when you have no food, no home, and no wealth?" The beggar in this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
On a freezing New Year's Eve, a little girl wandered through the snowy streets selling matches. Her clothes were thin, her feet numb, but she continued walking with hope in her heart. Every door she knocked on was met with silence. Every passerby ignored her. But still, she whispered to herself, "I won't give up." As the cold grew unbearable, she lit a match to warm herself. In the glow of the tiny flame, she saw a beautiful vision. Warmth, food, family, love. But each flame burned out quickly, leaving nothing except darkness. Yet every time she lit another match, her face shined with hope. She didn't light them to sell anymore. She lit them to stay alive, to dream, to hold on to something brighter than her pain. In the final light, she saw her grandmother, her only loved one. With a smile full of comfort, her grandmother took her hand, and the little girl drifted peacefully into a world without cold, hunger, or loneliness. The world found her the next morning, but they did not know that she left with a heart full of hope, dreams, and love. Moral of the story: many people around us carry silent struggles. Be kind, always. Even in darkness, hope is a flame that keeps us alive. Dreams may be fragile, but they guide us to a better tomorrow. Your small act of compassion can save someone's entire world. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a small, crowded town, lived a young boy named Rihan, whose eyes held dreams far bigger than the place he belonged to. Every night, he would sit on the roof of his tiny house and stare at the stars, whispering to the universe, "One day, I'll shine too." While children of his age played in fields and streets, Rihan spent hours sketching designs, writing plans, and teaching himself skills through borrowed books. People laughed at him. Dreams are for the rich, not for people like us. Stop wasting time. You'll end up like everyone else. But Rihan's heart refused to break. Years passed. He worked at a small shop during the day and learned new things late at night. He faced failures many times. People mocked him again, doubting him even more. One night, tired and defeated, Rihan stood under the same sky he once wished upon. Tears rolled down his face as he asked himself, "What if they are right? What if I am dreaming too big?" The wind was silent, but his heart wasn't. A voice inside whispered, "If the dream is in you, it's meant for you." That night, Rihan made a promise. Not to the world, but to himself. He worked harder, smarter, and consistently. Every fall became a lesson. Every pain became fuel. After years of effort, failures, and restless nights, Rihan's dream wasn't just alive, it was real. He became a successful entrepreneur, invited as a speaker around the world, inspiring millions with his journey. The same people who once laughed now said proudly, "We always knew he would make it." Rihan simply smiled, not in arrogance, but in gratitude. Moral of the story: the dream that survives doubt becomes destiny. The world eventually bows to the one who never stops chasing. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
Once upon a time, in a prosperous kingdom, there lived a mighty king known for his wealth, power, and pride. Every day, he would walk through the palace garden, admiring what he owned. One morning, he noticed a poor beggar sitting near the palace gate, smiling peacefully. The king was irritated. How can a beggar smile when he has nothing? He thought. Curious, the king approached him and asked, "Why are you smiling when you have no food, no home, and no wealth?" The beggar gently replied, "Your Majesty, I smile because I'm alive, I breathe freely, and I am grateful for the little I have. Happiness is not in owning the world, it is in owning your mind." The king was shocked. No one had ever spoken such wisdom to him. That night, the king could not sleep. He realized that despite owning everything, he was never satisfied. So the next morning, he returned and asked the beggar, "Teach me how to be happy." The beggar said, "Give away one thing every day that you don't truly need. When you let go of what weighs your heart, happiness will enter." The king decided to try it. He started giving gifts, food, clothes, gold to the poor. Slowly, he felt lighter, more peaceful, more human. Months later, the kingdom noticed a change in their king. He became kinder, wiser, and more compassionate. One day, the king approached the beggar again and said, "You have given me more than all the treasures in my palace. You taught me that true wealth is not in possessions, but in the peace of a grateful heart." The beggar smiled and said, A rich man is not the one who has everything, but the one who needs nothing. The king bowed before the beggar, something he had never done before. Moral of the story: gratitude creates happiness. Giving creates abundance. Ego destroys peace. A humble heart wins life. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small village, a farmer tied his young elephant to a wooden post with a thin chain. Every day, the elephant tried to break free, but it couldn't. Years passed, and the elephant grew huge and powerful. Yet the farmer still used the same tiny chain. A traveler passing by asked, "Why doesn't the elephant break free? It's strong enough to crush that chain." The farmer smiled and said, "It doesn't try anymore. It believes it can't." That night, the traveler couldn't stop thinking. He realized we're all like that elephant sometimes. We stay chained to old habits, fears, and limits that we could break any time if we only tried again. Moral of the story: you can't grow while chained to old habits. The moment you decide to break them, freedom begins. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once, in a quiet village, a shepherd boy was given the responsibility of watching over a flock of sheep. Every day, he would take them up the hill to graze, and his job was simple: protect them from wolves. But the boy soon grew bored. To amuse himself, he shouted loudly, "Wolf! Wolf! A wolf is attacking the sheep!" Hearing his cry, the villagers ran up the hill to help. But when they arrived, they found no wolf, only the boy laughing at their panic. The villagers were angry but went back home. A few days later, the boy repeated the trick. Again, he cried out, "Wolf! Wolf!" The villagers rushed up the hill once more, only to find the boy laughing again. This time they warned him, "If you lie, no one will believe you when you truly need help." But the boy didn't listen. One evening, as the sun was setting, a real wolf crept out of the forest. It attacked the flock of sheep. Terrified, the boy cried out with all his strength, "Wolf! Wolf! Please help me!" But this time, the villagers ignored his cries. They thought he was playing another trick. The wolf scattered the flock and carried away many sheep. The boy sat alone, weeping bitterly. He realized too late that by lying, he had destroyed the trust of the people. Moral of the story: honesty builds trust. Once broken, it's hard to repair. Lies may give short-term fun, but truth builds long-term respect. Trust is like glass, precious and fragile. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, a clever monkey lived on a big tree by the river. The tree bore sweet, juicy fruits, and the monkey enjoyed them every day. One day, a crocodile came out of the river. Tired and hungry, the kind-hearted monkey offered him some fruits. The crocodile loved the taste and soon began visiting daily. They became friends. One afternoon, the crocodile carried some fruits home for his wife. But instead of being grateful, she grew greedy. She said, "If the fruits taste so sweet, imagine how delicious the monkey's heart must be. Bring me his heart to eat." The crocodile was troubled, but he loved his wife and decided to trick the monkey. He invited the monkey to his home across the river, saying, "Come meet my wife. She wants to thank you for the fruits." Trusting his friend, the monkey climbed onto the crocodile's back. But in the middle of the river, the crocodile revealed the truth. "My wife wants to eat your heart. That's why I'm taking you home." The monkey was shocked, but instead of panicking, he stayed calm and used his cleverness. He said, "Oh, dear friend, why didn't you tell me earlier? I always keep my heart on the tree. If you had told me, I would have brought it with me. Let's go back so I can fetch it for your wife." The foolish crocodile believed him and quickly swam back to the riverbank. As soon as they reached the tree, the monkey leapt to safety, climbing high onto the branches. He looked down and said, "Friend, you betrayed my trust. You may have power, but cleverness will always win over strength." The crocodile realized his mistake and swam away in shame. Moral of the story: wisdom and cleverness can overcome strength. Stay calm in danger. Your mind is your greatest weapon. Never betray trust. Greed destroys relationships. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet classroom, an old teacher began his lesson by drawing a single white line on the blackboard. The students watched silently, wondering what he was doing. Day after day, he added a few more lines, sometimes a few words, sometimes a small diagram. Slowly, over weeks, the once empty board became filled with lessons beautiful, complete, and full of meaning. One curious student finally asked, "Sir, why don't you just write everything in one day?" The teacher smiled and said, "My child, this chalk may seem small and weak, but when used every day with purpose, it can fill the entire board." That's how life works. 2 little efforts every day build great results over time. The students looked at the board again and realized the deeper lesson progress doesn't come from one big push, but from small, consistent actions. No matter how small the chalk, it can write big lessons. No matter how small your steps, they can create a great story. Moral of the story: success is not about doing it all at once. It's about showing up every day and making small progress. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, a wise farmer always planted the best quality seeds in his field. One day, his neighbor noticed that the farmer even gave some of his best seeds to the other farmers around him. Surprised, the neighbor asked, "Why are you sharing your best seeds with others? Don't you want the best harvest for yourself?" The farmer smiled and said, "The wind carries pollen from field to field. If my neighbors grow poor crops, cross-pollination will affect my own harvest. But if they grow good crops, my field will also yield the best. So, to have good harvests, I must help them grow good crops too." The neighbor stood amazed at the farmer's wisdom. Moral of the story: What you plant in others is what grows in you. When you help others succeed, you succeed too. Life gives back what you give out, whether kindness, love, or hate. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, a young scholar traveled across mountains to meet a famous Zen master. He was proud he had read hundreds of books, debated many teachers, and believed he knew everything about wisdom. When he arrived, he bowed slightly and began to boast. Master, I've studied the scriptures, philosophy, and science. I've come to learn the final secrets of enlightenment. The old master smiled gently and said, "Let's have some tea first." He poured tea into the young man's cup slowly, then steadily, until it overflowed. The hot tea spilled onto the table, yet the master kept pouring. The scholar jumped up. "Stop! It's full! It can't take any more!" The master calmly replied, "Just like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and pride. If you wish to learn, you must first empty your cup." The scholar fell silent. In that moment, he understood true learning begins not with knowledge, but with humility. From that day forward, he started to listen more, speak less, and grow wiser every day, one drop of humility at a time. Moral of the story: an empty cup can be filled, but a full cup overflows and wastes wisdom. Humility is the beginning of real growth. The wiser we become, the more we realize how much we don't know. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One day, a farmer's donkey fell into a deep well. The animal cried for hours as the farmer tried to figure out what to do. Finally, the farmer decided the donkey was too old, and the well needed to be covered anyway. He invited his neighbors to help. They all grabbed shovels and began throwing dirt into the well. At first, the donkey cried horribly, but after a while, he quieted down. When the farmer looked inside, he was amazed. With every shovel of dirt that fell on his back, the donkey shook it off and stepped up. Shovel after shovel, he kept shaking off the dirt and climbing higher. Finally, to everyone's amazement, the donkey stepped up over the edge of the well and walked away free. Moral of the story: life will throw dirt at you, challenges, pain, and failures. The trick is to shake it off and step up. Every obstacle can become a stepping stone if you don't give up. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time in a village, a rat lived inside a farmer's house. Nearby, in a small anthill, lived a colony of ants. The rat often laughed at the ants, saying, "You tiny creatures work so hard every day, carrying food grain by grain. Look at me, I'm clever. I just sneak into the farmer's kitchen and eat whatever I want without effort." The ants stayed silent and kept working. One day, the farmer brought a trap to catch the rat. The rat, hungry and careless, went straight for the food inside. Snap! The trap caught him. He struggled but could not escape. The ants saw him suffering. Together, hundreds of ants came and chewed the rope of the trap until it broke. The rat was free. Ashamed, The rat said, I used to laugh at you, but today your teamwork and persistence saved my life. The ants replied, never laugh at hard work. Small steps, done consistently, achieve big results. Moral: never underestimate small efforts. Teamwork and persistence can achieve what looks impossible. Pride falls, but hard work and unity always win. Once, there was a boy with a bad temper. His father gave him a bag of nails and said, every time you lose your temper, hammer a nail into the fence. On the first day, the boy hammered 30 nails into the fence. Over time, he learned to control himself, and the number of nails grew fewer each day. Finally, a day came when the boy didn't lose his temper at all. His father smiled and said, good! Now, for every day you control your anger, pull one nail out. Days passed, and at last all the nails were removed. The father then took his son to the fence and said, you did well, my son, but look at the holes in the wood. The fence will never be the same. When you say things in anger, they leave scars just like these. Even if you say, I'm sorry, the wounds remain. The boy understood deeply. Controlling anger protects hearts from scars. Moral of the story: words said in anger leave permanent marks. Control your temper, forgiveness may heal, but scars remain. True strength lies in patience and calmness. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a peaceful garden, there stood a tall tree, strong, green, and proud. Every day, children played under its shade. But one little boy had a habit. Whenever he got angry, he would hit the tree with a hammer and nails. Day after day, the boy grew up, and the tree became full of scars, deep marks where the nails had been. Years passed. The boy became a man, wiser and calmer. One day, he came back to the garden, carrying tears in his eyes. He gently touched the tree and said, I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you. He began to pull out the nails one by one, but even after he removed them all, the marks remained. The tree whispered in the wind. My dear child, I forgave you long ago. But remember, the scars never go away. The man stood silently, realizing something powerful. Just like the tree, our wounds don't define us, but they shape who we become. Every scar tells a story, not of pain, but of healing, strength, and growth. Moral of the story: scars are proof that you survived. Pain shapes your strength. Struggle builds your soul. Healing doesn't erase the past, it transforms it. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
A young man named Arhan stood at the edge of an unfinished wooden bridge. On the other side of the canyon lay everything he dreamed of: opportunities, success, and a life he always wanted. But the bridge was broken halfway, unstable, shaken by wind and time. Most people came, tried stepping forward, got scared, and returned home saying, "The bridge is impossible to cross." Arhan too felt the fear. His legs trembled, heart raced, doubts whispered, "What if I fall? What if I fail?" But deep inside, a voice said otherwise. "What if you succeed?" So Arhan decided not to turn back. He picked up fallen logs, tied them with rope, and slowly began strengthening the bridge step by step, day by day. People laughed at him. "Why waste time? Nobody has ever crossed." "Give up. It's too difficult." Arhan ignored the noise. He worked through storms, loneliness, pain, and setbacks. Sometimes the wind broke what he built, but he rebuilt again, stronger. Weeks turned into months. Finally, the bridge stood complete, not perfect, but strong enough. With courage in his chest, he stepped forward. One step, then another, and then one more. He reached the other side. The world celebrated him, calling him genius, lucky, blessed. But no one knew the truth. He didn't find success by crossing the bridge. He found it by building it. Moral of the story: great things don't come to those who wait. They come to those who build. Success is not a path you find. It's a bridge you construct. Every setback is not the end. It's just wood for your next step. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
A small coastal village lived a humble fisherman named Aaron. Every morning, before sunrise, he pushed his little wooden boat into the vast ocean. Some days he returned with a basket full of fish, and some days only a handful. Yet, he smiled always. His neighbors often asked, "How do you stay so calm when the sea rarely rewards you?" Aaron gently answered, "The ocean gives when it chooses. My job is to keep rowing." Years passed. Storms destroyed boats. Skilled fishermen quit. But Aaron never stopped. He repaired his nets, prayed to the wind, and returned every day with hope as deep as the sea. One stormy season, while others stayed home in fear, Aaron gathered his courage and set sail. For 2 days, the ocean was silent. On the third day, his net caught something heavy. As he pulled it up, the sun lit the sparkling silver, an enormous catch. More fish than he had ever seen in his life. That catch fed the entire village. Traders offered him wealth, fame, and boats with engines, but Aaron simply smiled and said, "Not luck, patience." The villagers finally realized what they had never understood. The ocean doesn't reward the quickest nor the strongest. It rewards the one who waits, who tries again, who doesn't give up. Aaron's legacy became a lesson to the world. Moral of the story: success is like the sea. You reach it not in a single wave, but with countless strokes of patience. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, a giant mountain stood tall, proud, and unshakable. At its base lay a tiny pebble who admired the mountain's greatness. One morning, the pebble looked up and said, "Oh, mighty mountain, I wish I could be as great as you." The mountain chuckled, You are too small to make a difference, little one. The pebble felt sad but didn't give up. Each day, it rolled a little, shifted a bit, and over time, joined other pebbles, sand, and soil. One rainy season, the small pebbles and soil began to slide together, forming a stream that slowly started to erode the side of the mountain. Years later, the great mountain looked down in surprise. Its shape had changed, not by force, but by the persistence of the smallest things. The pebble whispered, "Even small efforts, when consistent, can move giants." Moral of the story: don't underestimate small steps, they build great change. Tiny efforts, when consistent, can move mountains. Power isn't in size, but in persistence. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Late at night, Karen was working on his laptop when his phone buzzed ping. He glanced at the screen, a message that annoyed him. A harsh comment from a coworker in the office group chat. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, ready to reply. His heart raced, his mind filled with sharp comebacks. But then, before typing, he noticed something. The phone went silent. The notification light stopped blinking. For a moment, Karan just stared at the quiet phone. He took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "Not every notification deserves an answer." He turned off his phone, finished his work, and went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, when he met the same coworker, they smiled as if nothing had happened. Karan realized something powerful: silence sometimes speaks louder than reaction. That night taught him an unforgettable lesson. When you stop reacting to every little disturbance, life becomes calmer, lighter, and more focused. Moral of the story: not every message, insult, or situation deserves your energy. Silence is not weakness, it's wisdom. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, in a mountain village, a young warrior trained under a wise old master. He was fast, fearless, and undefeated, yet his heart was filled with pride. One day, he declared, "Master, I've conquered every opponent in the region. There is no one left to defeat." The master smiled calmly and said, "Then it's time for you to face your greatest enemy." The young man frowned. "Who is that, master? Tell me, and I will destroy him." The master led him to a clear pond and said, "Look into the water." When the warrior saw his reflection, he understood. The enemy was not outside, it was within him. His ego, anger, and fear.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a small riverside village lived a boy named Bravo, whose greatest joy was building paper boats. Every morning, he folded sheets of paper with care, placed them gently on the flowing river, and watched them drift away. While others laughed at his hobby, calling it childish, Bravo believed each boat carried a dream, a whisper of hope, a promise to someday sail beyond the horizon. One day, his father asked, "Why spend time on something that disappears in minutes?" Bravo smiled and replied, "Even if the boat doesn't last, the dream it carries does." Years passed. Bravo grew up, and life became harder. His family struggled financially. His dream of studying engineering seemed impossible. People mocked his ambitions just like they mocked his boats. But Bravo remembered his own words. He worked during the day, studied at night, and applied for scholarships. He failed many times, but like his paper boats, he sent his applications forward again and again. Finally, one acceptance letter arrived. Then another. Soon, Bravo earned a scholarship to a top university. He became an engineer known for designing eco-friendly watercrafts and river cleaning systems. At the inauguration of his first major project, he stood beside the river where it all began. With a gentle smile, he placed a white paper boat in the water once more. This time, the village didn't laugh. They clapped, because now they understood. Moral of the story: dreams may look fragile like paper, but if you believe and keep pushing forward, they can sail farther than you ever imagined. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small town, a rich man had a beautiful mirror. One day, it slipped and shattered into many pieces. He thought it was useless and left it in the trash. A poor artist collected the broken pieces. Instead of seeing waste, he saw possibility. He arranged the fragments into a stunning mosaic that reflected light in 1,000 colors. When people saw it, they said, "This is more beautiful than the original mirror." Moral of the story: what looks broken can be turned into something greater. Challenges, failures, and scars can become masterpieces. True strength lies not in perfection, but in transformation. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a small town by the riverside lived an old balloon seller named Rahim. Every evening he walked through the market, holding dozens of colorful balloons, red, blue, yellow, pink, green, like pieces of hope floating in the air. Children loved him. Yet, he was poor, earning only enough for a simple meal each day. One afternoon, a little boy named Arun stood beside him and asked, "Uncle, if you release a balloon, will it keep flying?" Rahim nodded and let a red balloon go. It soared into the sky. Arun clapped his hands, amazed. But then he asked softly, "What if it was black? Would it still go up?" Rahim gently placed his hand on the boy's head and said words that stayed forever. "Son, it's not the color of the balloon that matters. Now it is what's inside that makes it rise." Aaron smiled, understanding something powerful. That day, many children gathered around Rahim. Not for balloons, but for wisdom. He spoke to them. Don't judge yourself by where you come from, what you have, or what others think. Your dreams will rise if your heart has courage, kindness, and effort. Rahim sold all his balloons that day, but what he gave was far greater faith. Years passed, and those children grew into strong, confident adults. Whenever life pushed them down, they remembered the balloon seller's words. And just like balloons soaring high, they rose not because of their color, but because of what was inside. Moral of the story: don't judge yourself by where you come from, what you have, or what others think. Your dreams will rise if your heart has courage, kindness, and effort. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One afternoon, a young boy found a plastic bottle lying on the ground. Curious, he picked it up and showed it to his father. His father smiled and said, "Let's see what this bottle is worth." They took it to a recycling shop. The owner offered $5 for it. Then they went to a sports stadium. Someone there offered $20, saying he could use it as a water bottle for practice. Finally, they went to a tourist spot. A vendor offered $100, saying he could fill it with colored sand and sell it as a souvenir. The boy was amazed. "But it's the same bottle, Papa." His father smiled. "Exactly, son. The bottle's value didn't change, only the place did. People don't always see your worth. Just because one person undervalues you doesn't mean you're worthless. You just haven't found the right place yet." From that day, the boy learned never to measure his worth by someone else's opinion. Moral of the story: your worth doesn't depend on where you are or who values you. True worth is constant, even when others don't see it. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, in a dense forest, there lived a proud hare who always bragged about his speed. He would mock the slow-moving tortoise, laughing at how long it took him to go anywhere. Tired of the teasing, the tortoise calmly said one day, "Let's have a race, and we'll see who wins." The hare burst out laughing, but he agreed, thinking it would be an easy victory. The forest animals gathered to watch. As soon as the race began, the hare zoomed ahead and quickly disappeared from sight. Halfway through, confident that the tortoise would never catch up, the hare decided to take a nap under a shady tree. Meanwhile, the tortoise kept moving slow but steady, step by step, without stopping. When the hare finally woke up, the sun was setting. He dashed toward the finish line, only to find the tortoise already there, smiling calmly. The hare couldn't believe it. The tortoise simply said, "Slow and steady wins the race." Moral of the story: consistency, patience, and persistence are more powerful than speed and arrogance. Success isn't about rushing, it's about never giving up. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A young runner tripped in every race he entered. People laughed, rivals mocked, and even his coach doubted him. But he kept showing up every single day. Rain, pain, and failure couldn't stop him. One day, He sprinted past the finish line first, proving that the only runner who wins is the one who never quits. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One sunny morning on a quiet seashore, a fisherman sat beside his small boat, humming a tune and enjoying the waves. A wealthy businessman walking by stopped and asked, "Is greater than, why aren't you out fishing? You could catch more fish and earn more money." The fisherman smiled, "Is greater than, I already caught enough fish for today." The businessman frowned. "How is greater than, if you worked harder, you could buy a bigger boat, catch even more fish, and one day own your own fleet. Then you'd be rich." The fisherman asked gently, "Is greater than, and after that?" The businessman said, "Is greater than, then you can relax, enjoy life, and spend time with your family." The fisherman chuckled softly and replied, "Is greater than, that's exactly what I'm doing right now." The businessman stood silent, realizing the fisherman already had what he was chasing. Moral of the story: true happiness isn't found in wealth. It's found in simplicity and gratitude. The joy of life lies in being present, peaceful, and content. You don't need more to live better, just less that matters more. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, a poor fisherman cast his net into the sea. When he pulled it out, he found just one small fish wriggling inside. The fish begged, "Please let me go. I'm too small. If you free me today, I'll grow bigger, and you can catch me later." The fisherman smiled and shook his head. He said, "No, little one. A small fish in hand is better than the big promise of tomorrow." He kept the fish and walked home happily. But another fisherman, greedy for more, threw back a small catch, hoping for something bigger. Days passed, but he caught nothing. In the end, he went home empty-handed, while his family starved. Moral of the story: greed makes you lose everything. Value what you have today, instead of chasing uncertain promises. Contentment brings peace, while greed destroys. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago in China, there was a kind emperor who had no children. He needed to choose a successor. Instead of picking a noble or warrior, he decided to test the children of the kingdom. He called them to the palace and said, "I will give each of you a seed. Plant it, take care of it, and return in 1 year with your plant. The one who grows the finest plant will be the next emperor." Among the children was a boy named Ping, who loved gardening. He went home, planted the seed in a pot, and watered it carefully every day. Weeks passed, then months, but nothing grew. Ping tried new soil, more sunlight, and more water. But still, his pot remained empty. He watched other children with tall, colorful plants and felt ashamed, but he refused to give up. Finally, the year ended. The children returned to the palace carrying pots of flowers, trees, and vines. Ping had only his empty pot. His heart pounded as he walked forward, afraid of being mocked. The emperor inspected every pot. Then he stopped at Ping's empty pot and announced loudly, "Behold, this boy shall be my successor." The hall erupted in shock. The emperor explained, "A year ago, I gave each child boiled seeds that could never grow. All these plants were grown from different seeds. Only this boy was honest enough to bring me the truth. Honesty is the greatest virtue, and he alone is worthy to be emperor." Ping's eyes filled with tears, but his honesty had made him the chosen one. Moral of the story: honesty is the foundation of true greatness. Courage to tell the truth is more valuable than success built on lies. Integrity shines brighter than appearances. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, a mighty river flowed down from the mountains, swift and strong. One day, it met a huge rock blocking its path. The river tried to push past it, but failed. It roared, splashed, and crashed against the rock, yet the rock stood firm. Frustrated, the river cried out, "You are too strong! I can never pass you." The rock replied calmly, "Then stop trying. Flow somewhere else." But the river whispered, "No, I will keep flowing, drop by drop, day by day." Years passed. The rock began to wear down, its sharp edges softened by the river's patience. One day, the rock looked down and realized the river had carved a beautiful path through it. The river smiled and said, "Strength doesn't always win, persistence does." Moral of the story: obstacles cannot stop those who keep going. True power is not force, but consistent persistence. Small, steady efforts shape even the hardest destiny. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Amidst the vibrant chaos of the circus, a man observes a massive elephant swaying listlessly. The colossal beast is bound by a slender rope, its spirit seemingly as fragile as its tether. The man approaches the weathered trainer, his curiosity burning. Why doesn't it just break the rope? It's easily strong enough. The trainer's eyes reflect a lifetime of resignation. It doesn't try anymore. The man observes the adult elephant, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. A sudden loud noise pierces the air, startling the elephant. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of awareness crosses the elephant's eyes, its gaze fixed on the rope. The elephant tests the rope with slow, deliberate movements. With a surge of determination, the elephant pulls, and the rope snaps. The elephant hesitates, then walks away, disappearing into the distance.
A farmer plants a bamboo seed. He waters it every single day. 1 year passes. Nothing. 2 years pass. Still nothing. 3 years. 4 years. 5 years. Still nothing grows above the soil. Most people give up. But the farmer keeps watering. Then suddenly, in the 6th year, the bamboo tree shoots up 80 feet tall in just 6 weeks. Moral of the story: success doesn't always show immediately. Just because you can't see the results doesn't mean your efforts are wasted. Your hard work is building roots deep inside, preparing you for explosive growth. Keep going, your breakthrough will come. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small African village, there stood a giant drum at the center of the square. It wasn't owned by anyone, it belonged to everyone. Whenever joy filled the air during births, harvests, or celebrations, the drum would echo through the hills. And whenever sorrow came, its deep rhythm united hearts in comfort. One day, a young boy named Cato wanted to make his own music. He was tired of sharing the big drum and wanted all the attention. So he built a smaller drum and began to play alone at the edge of the village. At first, his beats were strong and confident, but soon he realized his rhythm lacked harmony. His sound, though loud, felt empty. The elders watched quietly until one day, the chief invited him back to play with the community. As the drum circle began, the beats merged the low thump of the elders, the quick rhythm of the youth, there's the soft taps of the children together, forming one heartbeat that filled the valley. Cato smiled as he felt the rhythm flow again. He finally understood. One drum makes noise, but many drums make music. From that day on, he played not to be heard alone, but to make the village sing together. Moral of the story: true strength comes from unity. When individuals work together with one purpose, they create harmony that no single person can achieve alone. Unity turns sound into a symphony. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A boy delivers newspapers at dawn, running through misty streets. The sound of his footsteps echoes as he dreams of becoming a writer. He writes at night under a single flickering bulb, rejection letters piling high. His family mocks, friends laugh. One rainy night, he burns his last draft in anger. But then, camera zooms on a small line he saves from the fire. Don't quit. Years later, cut to a stage, lights blazing. His name echoes as a best-selling author. The same boy, once mocked, now inspires millions. Two men, both seriously ill, shared the same hospital room. One man's bed was next to the window, while the other had to lie flat on his back. Every afternoon, the man by the window would sit up for an hour and describe to his roommate what he saw outside. He spoke of a peaceful park, green trees swaying, children playing, lovers walking hand in hand, and a bright lake reflecting the sunset. The man lying down would close his eyes and imagine it all, feeling his heart lifted with every word. Days turned into weeks, and one morning the nurse came to clean the room. The man by the window had peacefully passed away during the night. After a while, the other man asked to be moved near the window. When he finally turned to look outside, he was shocked there was nothing there but a blank wall. He called the nurse in confusion, and she said softly, "He was blind. He couldn't see anything. He just wanted to make your world brighter." Tears filled the man's eyes. He realized that gratitude and kindness don't depend on what we have, but what we give. Moral of the story: gratitude changes what we see. Even a wall can become a view when your heart is thankful. Happiness grows when shared. The kindest people often give light, even when they live in darkness. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Small candle flickers. in the middle of a violent storm, almost going out. Darkness surrounds it. Close up, it fights, trembles, yet glows on. Suddenly the storm passes, and that single flame lights dozens of other candles around it. The room fills with brightness, message. Even the smallest light can end the darkest night. A poor girl paints on scraps of cardboard while rain leaks through the roof. Neighbors mock her. Cut to years later. An art gallery. Her painting hangs under bright lights. People whispering in awesome narrator. What the world laughed at in silence. One day, the world applauded in awesome. Once upon a time, a poor farmer owned a goose. Every morning, the goose laid a shiny golden egg. The farmer sold it in the market and slowly grew rich. But greed took over. He thought, if I cut open the goose, I can get all the gold at once. So, in his impatience, the farmer killed the goose, but inside he found nothing. Now he had lost the goose and the golden eggs. Moral of the story: greed destroys success. Be patient and value what you have. True growth comes from consistency, not shortcuts. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A sailor was caught in a deadly storm at night. Waves smashing, wind screaming, zero visibility. His compass failed, radio went silent, and a thick fog wrapped the sea like a trap. Just when fear whispered, "You're finished," he spotted a faint glow, a lighthouse barely piercing the fog. But as he sailed toward it, the light vanished. For a moment, he froze. Then he remembered his captain's words. When the fog hides the light, steer with the light inside you. He trusted his instincts, pushed forward, and the lighthouse reappeared, guiding him safely to shore. The moral of the story: when life blinds you, trust your inner light. It never goes out. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. An old father had 3 quarrelsome sons. They always fought and refused to work together. One day, the father gave each son a stick and asked them to break it. Each son snapped his stick easily. Then, the father tied all the sticks into a bundle and asked them to break it. No matter how hard they tried, none of the sons could break the bundle. The father smiled and said, "Alone, you are weak, but together, you are unbreakable." The sons finally understood. Unity brings strength and success. Moral of the story: unity gives power, protection, and success. Divided we fall, but together we stand strong. Families, teams, and communities thrive through cooperation. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A young man set out on a river in a small wooden boat. But unlike everyone else drifting effortlessly with the current, he turned his boat against it. People on the shore shouted, "You'll never make it! Turn back!" But he rowed harder. The waves got stronger. His arms burned. His boat shook. Just when it seemed impossible, he reached a calm, hidden lake that no one else had ever seen. He smiled and whispered, "The world only sees the struggle, but only the brave see where the struggle leads." The moral of the story: when you go against the current, you reach places the crowd never will. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet village, surrounded by golden fields, lived an old farmer named Hari. Every year he planted his crops with patience, but this year a long drought had dried the land. Cracks spread across the soil like wounds, and the villagers stopped believing the rains would ever return. Most farmers gave up. They stored their seeds, waiting for better times. But not Hari. One morning, before the sun rose, Harry walked to his barren field with a single bag of seeds. His neighbors laughed. "Why waste seeds?" they asked. "There is no rain. Nothing will grow." Hari simply smiled. "My job is to plant. God's job is to grow." He pushed his fingers into the dry soil and planted each seed with care. Days passed. Still no rain. The villagers pitied him. But Hari did not lose faith. Every morning he visited the field, not to check for sprouts, but to pray over the soil. Every night he looked at the sky with hope, not disappointment. Then, one evening, when everyone had forgotten the fields, dark clouds gathered. A gentle breeze brushed the land. Thunder rolled across the horizon, and for the first time in months, rain poured down like a blessing. The next morning, the villagers woke up to something unbelievable. Hari's field, once dry and lifeless, was covered in tiny green shoots, glowing under the morning light. And within weeks, his farm grew into the healthiest crop the village had seen in years. People rushed to him, asking, "How did your seeds survive the drought?" Hari smiled softly. "Seeds respond not just to water, but to faith." The moral of the story: faith doesn't eliminate the drought, but it prepares you for the rain. When others stop trying, keep going. The seed you plant today with faith becomes the harvest that inspires others tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Scene: a girl sits on a hospital bed, looking at her paralyzed legs. Doctors say she'll never walk again. The lights dim. Music fades. Cut to her bedroom mirror. She grips her wheelchair, stares at her reflection. Montage begins falling, trying, crying, failing again and again. Then one day, slow motion. She takes a shaky step with crutches. The crowd in a marathon cheers as she crosses the finish line years later. Her smile says it all. Impossible is just an opinion.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
There was once a young man named Aaron who lived in a quiet valley. Every morning, he sat by the river of time, a river believed to show people reflections of their past, present, and future. But Aaron never saw anything, only flowing water. Frustrated, he asked an old sage, "Why doesn't the river show me anything?" The sage smiled and replied, "Because you are waiting for the river to give you answers instead of moving with it." Confused but curious, Aaron began helping villagers, teaching children, carrying water for elders, planting trees along the valley. Days turned into months. One morning, when Aaron looked into the river again, he finally saw something. But it wasn't his past. It wasn't his future. It was his present, a life full of purpose, effort, and compassion. The river whispered to him, "Time doesn't reveal your destiny. Your actions do." Aaron realized that life doesn't change when you wait. Life changes when you move. He stopped asking what the future held and instead began shaping it every day. Years later, the valley prospered because of him, and people called him the man who moved with time. The moral of the story: don't wait for the perfect moment. Take action and make the moment perfect. Time doesn't decide your success, your choices do. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, in a small village, a farmer owned a loyal mongoose. This mongoose was gentle, caring, and always watched over the farmer's little baby. One day, the farmer and his wife had to leave for work in the fields. They trusted the mongoose to guard their child while they were away. Suddenly, a poisonous snake crept into the house, heading straight for the baby. The mongoose immediately fought the snake with all its strength. After a fierce battle, the mongoose killed the snake and saved the baby's life. When the farmer returned home, he saw the mongoose's mouth stained with blood. Thinking it had harmed the child, he angrily struck the mongoose without a second thought. But when he rushed inside, he saw his baby safe and the dead snake lying nearby. The farmer realized his mistake too late. The brave mongoose had given its life to protect the innocent child. Moral of the story: never make decisions in anger or without knowing the full truth. Loyalty and bravery often come from the most unexpected places. Trust is precious once broken. Regret remains forever. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, in a small village, there lived a simple farmer. He owned a small piece of land, a pair of oxen, and a modest house. He worked hard every day and lived happily with his family. One day, a rich merchant from the city visited the village. Seeing the farmer working in the fields, the merchant said, "Why do you work so hard for so little? If you sold your land and moved to the city, you could earn more, buy luxuries, and live like me." The farmer smiled and asked, "And then what?" The merchant replied, "Then you could expand your business, buy more land, hire workers, and grow richer." The farmer asked again, "And then what?" The merchant said, "Then you could rest, spend time with your family, and live in peace." The farmer laughed gently and said, "But that's exactly what I'm already doing. I work, eat well, rest peacefully, and spend time with my family. Why should I run after more when I already have enough?" The merchant stood silent, realizing that the farmer's wisdom was greater than his wealth. Moral of the story: Contentment is the real wealth, not money. Happiness comes from appreciating what you already have. Chasing does. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, there lived a poor woodcutter who worked hard every day, chopping wood to earn just enough for his family. One day, while cutting a tree near the river, his axe slipped from his hands and fell into the deep water. The woodcutter sat sadly on the riverbank, thinking, "Without my axe, I cannot work. How will my family survive?" Hearing his sorrow, the river spirit appeared. She held a golden axe and asked, "Is this your axe?" The woodcutter looked at it but shook his head. "No, that is not mine." Next, the spirit brought out a silver axe and asked again, "Is this your axe?" The woodcutter replied honestly, "No, that is not mine either." Finally, the spirit lifted an old iron axe from the river and asked, "Is this your axe?" With relief, the woodcutter said, "Yes, that is mine. Thank you." The spirit smiled and said, "Because of your honesty, I will give you not only your axe, but also the golden and silver axes." The woodcutter returned home, grateful and rich not because of greed, but because of honesty and truthfulness. Moral of the story: honesty is the best policy. Truth may test you, but it always rewards you in the end. A pure heart brings blessings greater than wealth. The story reminds us that character is more valuable than gold. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small village, there lived an old man who owned a beautiful horse. One day, the horse ran away. The villagers came and said, "Oh no, what bad luck!" The old man replied calmly, "Bad luck? Good luck? Who knows?" A week later, the horse returned, bringing with it a herd of wild horses. The villagers shouted, "Wow, what good luck!" The old man smiled. "Good luck? Bad luck? Who knows?" Later, the old man's son tried to tame one of the wild horses, but fell and broke his leg. The villagers cried, "Oh no, what bad luck!" Again, the old man said, "Bad luck, good luck, who knows?" Soon after, the king's army came to recruit all the young men for war. But because the old man's son had a broken leg, he was left behind. The villagers whispered, "Truly, that was good luck after all." The old man simply nodded. Life is full of ups and downs. We must wait to see the bigger picture. Moral of the story: don't judge situations too quickly. What looks like misfortune may hide a blessing. Stay calm, stay patient. Life's meaning unfolds with time. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small village, a water bearer carried 2 pots to fetch water every day. One pot was perfect. The other had a crack, and by the time they reached home, it leaked half the water. The cracked pot felt ashamed and said, "I'm useless. I waste your effort every day." The water bearer smiled and replied, "Look at the path we walk. On your side, flowers bloom. I planted seeds, and your cracks watered them. You bring beauty to the world every day. The pot realized that even its flaws had a purpose. Moral of the story: every weakness can be turned into strength. Don't compare. Your uniqueness creates value. Even imperfections can bring beauty and purpose to the world. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
In the heart of the jungle, a majestic lion rests peacefully under the shade of a sprawling tree. A tiny mouse scurries across the lion, disrupting his peaceful rest. Awakened by the disturbance, the lion rises with a start, roaring, "Who dares to disturb my sleep? I will eat you." The mouse pleads, "Please forgive me, O king of the jungle. I'm very small, but one day I may help you." In the heart of the jungle, a few days pass, and the mighty lion finds himself ensnared in a hunter's cruel net. He roars in frustration, his powerful voice echoing through the dense foliage, yet the net holds him fast. Hearing the familiar roar, the little mouse perks up, recognizing his friend's distress. Driven by loyalty, the little mouse rushes toward the sound, a tiny beacon of hope in the vast jungle. In the dense jungle, a mouse appears, spotting a lion ensnared in a hunter's net. Without a second thought,
A merchant had a horse and a donkey. One day, the donkey was overloaded with goods and asked the horse for help. The horse refused, saying, "It's not my problem." The donkey kept walking with the heavy load until he collapsed. The merchant then shifted all the goods onto the horse. Now the horse had to carry everything. Moral: if we don't help others in their time of need, one day we may face the same burden alone. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A farmer once found an eagle's egg and placed it in a chicken's nest. The eaglet hatched and grew up with the chickens. It scratched the ground, clucked, and believed it was just a chicken. One day, it saw an eagle soaring high in the sky. It wished it could fly like that. The chickens laughed. "You're just one of us. Stay on the ground." Believing them, the eagle lived and died as a chicken, never knowing its true power. Moral of the story: don't let others define your limits. You were born to soar, not settle. Believe in your potential. Greatness lies within you. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. He was a doctor who left everything behind to fight for freedom. Meet Che Guevara, the man who became a symbol of revolution worldwide. Born in Argentina in 1928, Che saw poverty and injustice across South America during his motorcycle journey. That trip changed his life forever. In Mexico, he met Fidel Castro and joined the Cuban Revolution. Through courage, discipline, and belief in equality, he helped topple a dictatorship and reshape Cuba. After Cuba, Che fought to spread revolution in Africa and Bolivia. Captured in 1967, he was executed, but his image lives on as a symbol of resistance and idealism. Love him or criticize him, Che Guevara proved that one man's passion can ignite a movement. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Rosario, 1995. A young Lionel Messi dances through the streets, the football an extension of his being. Bare feet blur as he weaves a path of magic through the narrow streets. Other kids watch, their eyes wide with awe at his effortless skill. He continues to move through the streets with incredible speed and precision, leaving his peers behind. The Messi family gathers in their cozy living room, bathed in the soft glow of the television. Young Lionel's eyes are glued to the screen, his youthful passion igniting with every play. The Messi family's shared excitement fills the air, each moment a testament to their bond. Grandmother's voice rings with prophecy. "You will be a great player one day, Lionel." Lionel's dreams take flight as the echoes of his grandmother's words resonate in his heart. Lionel, a spirited 10-year-old, dominates the local football field with boundless energy. His small stature belies a commanding skill, turning the game into his personal stage. He dances around opponents, his every move a brushstroke on the canvas of the game. Goal after breathtaking goal leaves spectators in awe, a symphony of cheers echoing his triumphs. Whispers ripple through the sidelines as parents marvel at the exceptional talent unfolding. Lionel's talent shines brightly, a beacon of potential amidst the ordinary. Jorge and Celia sit anxiously, their faces reflecting deep concern. Sunlight streams into the doctor's office, illuminating the gravity of the moment. The doctor leans forward, his expression gentle yet serious. The doctor reveals the grim diagnosis. Lionel has a growth hormone deficiency. It's going to make things difficult for him if he wants to become a professional footballer. Jorge and Celia exchange a look of despair, their hopes for Lionel hanging in the balance. The doctor's words hang heavy in the air as he adds, "The treatment is also quite expensive." In the Messi family home, a warm glow casts long shadows, revealing worried faces huddled together. Hushed voices fill the room, each word heavy with anxiety and the burden of an unspoken diagnosis. Unnoticed, Lionel stands hidden in the shadows, his small face mirroring the weight of their fears. The financial strain of the looming treatment hangs heavy, a silent specter haunting the family. Grandmother notices Lionel, her eyes softening with an ocean of love and unspoken reassurance. She pulls him close, whispering a promise of resilience. "Don't give up, Lionel. Never give up." Under the vast sky of the football field, Lionel's figure is dwarfed by his peers as he plays. Lionel's movements are awkward, and he struggles to match the pace of the other players. A wave of discouragement washes over Lionel, but he fights it. Lionel closes his eyes, a silent mantra of strength echoing in his mind. His grandmother's encouraging words flood his memory, pushing him to keep going. Bathed in stained glass light, Lionel kneels in prayer, seeking divine guidance. Sunlight paints the church in vibrant hues as Lionel pours out his soul. "Please, grant me the strength to face what's coming. Guide me on the right path." His grandmother's comforting hand rests on his arm, a silent promise of unwavering support. Her voice, a gentle reassurance in the sacred space. "Have faith, Lionel. He hears you. He always does. And remember," she adds, her voice filled with unconditional love, "I am here for you. Always." Lionel relentlessly practices on the gritty Rosario streets, the ball a blur beneath his determined feet. Sweat beads on his brow as he weaves through the urban landscape, his focus unwavering. Each kick echoes his burning desire to defy limitations, to transform his dream into reality. He envisions himself on the grand stage, a professional footballer, his every move precise and powerful. The dream fuels his relentless training, pushing him beyond the ordinary, closer to his extraordinary goal. In the heart of Rosario, Lionel's spirit soars, unyielding and unbreakable, a testament to the power of unwavering belief. Inside the FC Barcelona scouting office, anticipation hangs heavy as scouts fix their eyes on the screen. On the screen, Lionel dances with the ball, his skill undeniable. Despite his small stature, Lionel's genius shines, leaving the scouts in awe. The scouts exchange impressed glances, recognizing the raw talent before them. They decide to invite him for a trial. The decision is made. Lionel will have his chance to prove himself on the hallowed grounds of Barcelona. Under the bright Barcelona sun, Lionel and his father arrive, their faces a mixture of apprehension and hope. Lionel clutches his football tightly, a tangible symbol of his dreams and aspirations. The vast expanse of the airport stretches before them, a gateway to an uncertain future. Their eyes scan the surroundings, searching for a sign, a guide, or a familiar face. A shared glance passes between father and son, a silent exchange of encouragement and determination. With newfound resolve, they step forward, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that await. Lionel, a young talent, moves with the ball, agile and determined. He pushes himself beyond his limits, driven by an inner fire. His face reflects a mix of longing and resolve. His focus remains unwavering. He practices with fierce determination. His dream fuels every move. Bathed in the stark light of the doctor's office, Lionel braces himself as the doctor prepares the injection. The needle pierces his skin. Lionel's resolve hardens, a determined smile gracing his lips. In his mind's eye, Lionel sees FC Barcelona, the promise of greatness fueling his spirit. The injection concludes. Lionel flexes his arm, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. Confidence blooms within him, a testament to the opportunity that awaits. Lionel's gaze sharpens with unwavering resolve, ready to seize his destiny. At La Masia, Lionel weaves through the training grounds, a small figure amidst towering players. His skill flashes with every move, a beacon of talent shining brighter than his sweat. Determination fuels his every action, transforming him into a tiny titan among giants. He rises to become one of the Academy's best, a testament to his extraordinary talent and relentless spirit. Amidst the vibrant chaos of the FC Barcelona locker room, a young Lionel stands, his palpable nervousness betraying the immense excitement bubbling within. Seasoned players move around Lionel, their confidence a stark contrast to his youthful unease. A beacon of warmth cuts through the tension as Ronaldinho approaches, his smile radiant and welcoming. Ronaldinho extends a hand to Lionel, greeting him with the words, "Welcome to the team, Lionel. It's great to have you here." At Camp Nou, Lionel steps onto the pitch, ready to ignite the stadium with his debut for FC Barcelona. He weaves through defenders, a whirlwind of motion and skill, leaving opponents bewildered in his wake. With a flick of his left foot, he sends the ball soaring, a perfect arc towards the top corner of the net. The ball curls into the net, an unstoppable strike that marks the beginning of a legend. The crowd erupts, a sea of faces awash with awe and admiration for the young prodigy. Lionel bursts onto the scene, a whirlwind of talent, shattering records with each breathtaking goal. He hoists the gleaming Ballon d'Or, a testament to his unrivaled skill and dedication. Confetti rains down like golden snow as Lionel raises the Champions League trophy, the crowd's roar reaching fever pitch. Amidst the glory, his grandmother's eyes sparkle with pride, a constant reminder of his humble beginnings. Her unwavering support fuels his extraordinary journey, a beacon of inspiration guiding his every step. The Argentina national team locker room buzzes of jerseys and scattered gear. Lionel stands as the team's unwavering heart, burdened by the ghosts of tournaments past. Each line on his face tells a tale of shattered dreams and the crushing weight of a nation's hopes. The air crackles with nervous energy as Lionel embodies the hopes of a nation. Lionel unleashes a powerful kick, sending the football soaring through the air. The ball sails into the goal, igniting a thunderous cheer from the ecstatic crowd. Amidst the roaring applause, Lionel's gaze lifts towards the heavens, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Bathed in the sun's radiant glow, he silently dedicates this triumph to his grandmother, remembering her unwavering support. The Argentina national team locker room suffocates with the heavy air of defeat, jerseys scattered like fallen flags on a battlefield. Lionel stands amidst the desolation, a solitary figure of defiance against the crushing weight of loss. His voice cuts through the silence, a beacon of hope. "I know it hurts. It hurts like hell. Another final, another loss. But we can't give up. We can't let this define us. Lionel's voice rises with conviction, his words igniting a spark of belief. We have the talent. We have the heart. We just need to believe. Believe in ourselves. Believe in each other. We can win the World Cup. I know we can. The 2022 FIFA World Cup final ignites with electrifying anticipation as Argentina and France prepare to clash on the grand stage. Lionel steps onto the field, his face a study in fierce resolve, ready to lead his team into battle. The air crackles with tension as both teams line up, poised for the monumental contest about to unfold. The stadium erupts in a symphony of cheers as the whistle blows, signaling the start of the epic final. Lionel surveys the field, a glint of steely determination in his eyes, prepared to seize victory for Argentina. The stadium vibrates with a frenzied energy as the climactic match unfolds. Lionel, with blinding speed and unmatched precision, kicks the ball. The crowd explodes in a deafening roar as the scoreboard flashes. The championship teeters on a knife's edge, fate hanging precariously on a penalty shootout. In the heart of Qatar Stadium, Lionel watches with bated breath as the penalty shootout unfolds. The weight of the nation rests on each kick, every moment stretching into an eternity. Tension fills the air as Lionel's teammates step up to face their destiny. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar, a tidal wave of sound. Argentina triumphs in the penalty shootout, securing victory. Lionel is overcome with emotion as Argentina claims the trophy. The stadium erupts as Lionel, etched with emotion, prepares to hoist the trophy. Confetti showers down as Lionel triumphantly raises the FIFA World Cup trophy. Tears of exhaustion, relief, and joy stream down Lionel's face. Lionel clutches the trophy tightly, his ultimate dream realized. Bathed in glory, Lionel stands as a symbol of triumph and perseverance. Amidst the roaring stadium, Lionel stands, radiating pure joy. He's instantly swallowed by a jubilant surge of teammates, their cheers blending with the crowd's. The stadium echoes with a symphony of cheers and thunderous applause, all chanting his name. Lionel becomes a beacon of triumph, bathed in the adoration of countless fans. His presence is a testament to the power of unwavering determination. Lionel stands tall, a symbol of relentless hard work and unwavering spirit. Lionel returns to Rosario, greeted by a jubilant crowd, the air thick with adoration and excitement. The streets echo with cheers, a hero's welcome igniting a nostalgic warmth within Lionel. In a moment of reflection amidst the celebration, Lionel remembers his humble beginnings and his grandmother's unwavering faith. Lionel shares his wisdom. You have to fight to reach your dream. You have to sacrifice and work hard for it.
In a quiet coastal village lived an old fisherman named Santiago. For 84 days, he had gone out to sea and returned with nothing. The villagers whispered that his luck had run out, and even the young boy who once helped him was forbidden by his parents to go with him anymore. But Santiago did not give up. On the 85th day, he set sail alone, determined to change his fate. Far out in the deep blue sea, he hooked a massive marlin, a fish larger and stronger than any he had ever seen. For 3 days and 3 nights, the old man battled the marlin. The rope tore into his hands, the sun burned his skin, and the salt stung his wounds. Yet he held on, speaking softly. Doctors said she would never walk. The world said she would never rise. But she decided she would write her own future. There once was a little girl named Aisha, born in a quiet village surrounded by mountains. But unlike other children, Aisha couldn't walk. Her legs were weak, and every step she tried ended with a fall. Doctors said, "She will never walk." Relatives whispered, Poor girl, her life is finished. Even her schoolmates avoided her, believing she was too fragile to do anything. But Aisha had something nobody saw. A fire inside her. Every evening, she crawled to the village hill, watching children run and play. Tears came, but so did determination. One night, she told her mother, "If I can't walk today, I will walk tomorrow. If not tomorrow, one day I will." Her mother believed in her more than anyone. She held her hands tightly and said, "Then let's begin." And so began the battle of a lifetime. The thrilling journey. Aisha started with tiny movements. First, she learned to stand for 3 seconds. Then, 10 seconds. Then 30 seconds, sweating, shaking, and falling again and again. For months, she pushed herself. Her legs trembled every time. Her muscles burned. She cried secretly, but she never stopped. Then came the day she tried to take her first step. The village gathered, watching curiously, some laughing quietly. Aisha stood. Her mother held her breath. Aisha lifted her foot. She took one step, then another, and then she walked. The crowd gasped. Some cried, others cheered. Aisha didn't hear any of them. She was too busy running toward her future. From that day, she didn't stop. She trained until she could run faster than the boys who once mocked her. Years later, Aisha became a national-level athlete, inspiring millions. When asked how she did it, she smiled and said, "My legs were weak, but my will was stronger than any weakness." The moral of the story: your limitations are not your destiny. If your will is strong enough, even the impossible becomes possible. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, in a small village, 2 women came to a court, both claiming to be the mother of the same child. The villagers were divided. No one knew who was telling the truth. The case was brought before a wise judge, known for his fairness and intelligence. The women argued fiercely, each insisting, "This child is mine!" The judge thought for a moment. Then he said, "Since both of you claim to be the mother, we will cut the child into 2 halves, and each of you will get a part." The entire court gasped. One woman nodded coldly, saying, "If I can't have him, then she shouldn't either." But the other woman cried out in horror, "No, my lord, do not harm the child. Let her take him. I would rather lose him than see him hurt." The judge smiled. He raised his hand and declared, "This woman is the true mother." A real mother's love is selfless, willing to sacrifice her happiness for her child's safety. The crowd bowed to the judge's wisdom, and the true mother embraced her child with tears of joy. Moral of the story: wisdom sees beyond words, it reveals the truth. Fairness comes from understanding the heart, not just the argument. True love is selfless, and truth always shines through. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. What if the strongest person in the world didn't even know they were strong? Let's watch The Hidden Strength. Motivational story. In a small mountain village lived a boy named Arav, known to everyone as the quiet one. He wasn't the fastest runner. He wasn't the loudest speaker. He wasn't the bravest fighter. But he had something nobody else noticed. A heart that never gave up. Every day on his way to school, Arav climbed a steep hill. Halfway up the hill stood an old man, Master Viraj. He watched Arav silently, observing. One day, the old master stopped him. "Carry this stone to the top," he said, handing Arav a heavy rock. Arav struggled. He stumbled. He nearly fell, but he didn't quit. Every day, the master gave him a slightly heavier stone. And every day, Arav reached the top, sweating, crying, but finishing. Months passed. Arav didn't realize it, but he was becoming stronger, day by day, stone by stone. The day everything changed. One night, a massive storm struck the village. Lightning split the sky. Trees crashed down. And a huge boulder rolled down toward a group of children on the road. Everyone screamed. Everyone ran. Except Arav. Without thinking, he sprinted toward the giant boulder. He pushed with all his strength. He felt his muscles shake. His hands burned. But he didn't stop. And to everyone's shock, Arav stopped the boulder. He didn't know how he did it, but someone else did. Master Viraj stood behind him and smiled. "Your strength was always there," he said. "I only taught you to see it." Arav looked at his hands, trembling, but powerful. He realized the truth. Strength doesn't appear suddenly. It builds quietly inside those who refuse to quit. Moral of the story: your strength is already inside you. You just have to build it one small step at a time. Consistency turns ordinary people into legends. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once upon a time, in a small village, two pots were placed side by side near a river, one made of iron, the other of clay. One day, a flood came. The waters swept both pots away into the river. The strong iron pot laughed and said to the clay pot, "Stay close to me, and you will be safe." "I am strong, and nothing can break me," the clay pot replied softly. "Thank you, but I will keep my distance. If I stay too close, I might crash against you and shatter." As the current grew stronger, the heavy iron pot struck against rocks and broke into pieces, while the humble clay pot floated gently, carried safely by the waters. Moral of the story: pride and strength can lead to downfall. Humility and wisdom ensure survival. It's not always the strongest who win, it's those who adapt. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Two climbers, Rahul and Noah, stood at the base of the world's most unforgiving mountain. Snowstorms swallowed sound, and the wind tested courage. They weren't just climbing for glory. They were climbing to prove something to the world and to themselves. Before the ascent, they made a pact. No matter what happens, we reach the top together, or we come back together. Days passed. Oxygen thinned, muscles burned, doubt whispered. Near the summit, disaster struck. A sudden avalanche cracked the ice beneath them. Noah slipped, his body hanging over a deadly drop, supported only by a single rope tied to Rahul. If Rahul cut the rope, he could reach the summit alone and be remembered forever. If he held on, both might die. The storm screamed. Time froze. Rahul remembered the pact. He planted his axe deeper into the ice. His arms tore, his vision blurred. He chose honor over glory. Hours later, rescue teams found both climbers alive, half frozen, broken but breathing. They never reached the summit that day, but when the world heard their story, something extraordinary happened. They became symbols not of victory, but of loyalty, grit, and human strength beyond success. Years later, asked if he regretted not reaching the top, Rahul smiled and said, "The summit is a place. Character is a height few ever reach." A moral of the story: true success is not how high you climb alone, but what values you refuse to abandon on the way up. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a small village surrounded by mountains, there lived a young man named Smith, known not for strength or wealth, but for failure. Every dream he chased collapsed. Every attempt ended in ridicule. People whispered, "He's not meant for greatness." Once a year, the village held an ancient ritual, the Walk of Fire. Barefoot villagers crossed burning embers to prove courage and belief. Only the strongest had ever succeeded. Smith watched from the shadows every year, until one night, his mentor said, "Fire does not test the feet, it tests the mind." That night, Smith made a decision, not to impress others, but to finally believe in himself. The fire pit blazed. The crowd laughed as Smith stepped forward. "Turn back!" they shouted. "Only pain waits ahead." Smith looked at the flames and whispered, "I've already walked through worse fires. Fear, rejection, doubt." With trembling feet, he stepped onto the embers. Pain surged, but something stronger rose inside him. Each step wasn't about surviving fire. It was about walking away from the past. When Smith reached the other side, silence fell. He wasn't burned, he wasn't broken, he was reborn. From that day on, Smith was no longer known as a failure, but as the Firewalker, the man who proved that belief burns brighter than fear. Moral of the story: life's fire does not destroy those who believe in themselves. Fear burns only when you stand still. Walk through it, and it loses its power. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Daniel was tired of motivational speeches. Toxic positivity, he called them. His life wasn't collapsing, it was quietly stuck. Same alarm, same excuses, same dreams postponed to tomorrow. One night, while cleaning his old desk, Daniel found a handwritten note from years ago. "Just be better than yesterday. Not richer, not famous, just better." So he made a rule. Every day, improve only 1%. Day 1, he woke up 10 minutes earlier. Day 7, he stopped skipping workouts. Day 30, he read instead of scrolling. No miracle, no applause. But something changed. Months passed. The habits compounded. Confidence replaced doubt. Momentum replaced excuses. 1 year later, people said, "You're lucky." Daniel smiled because no one saw the power of tiny changes done daily. The 1% didn't transform his day. It transformed his life. Moral of the story: small changes, repeated daily, create massive results. You don't need motivation, you need consistency. Success is built quietly, then noticed loudly. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
In a war-torn village, a legendary archer stood on the final watchtower. For years, he had protected his people with unmatched skill. His name was feared by enemies and respected by allies. But tonight was different. The village was surrounded. Flames danced in the distance. The sound of marching feet shook the ground. The archer reached behind his shoulder and froze. Only one arrow remained. Fear whispered. "It's over," doubt screamed. "One arrow isn't enough." He remembered his master's words. "When you have only one arrow, don't aim for the enemy. Aim for the moment." The archer closed his eyes. He ignored the noise. He silenced the fear. Instead of shooting blindly, he waited. Waited until the enemy leader stepped forward, confident, unguarded. The archer took a deep breath. Not with anger, not with panic, but with purpose. He released the arrow. The arrow flew straight, cutting through fear, doubt, and destiny itself. The enemy leader fell. Army panicked. The village was saved. Later, when the people celebrated, the archer quietly left his bow behind because he had learned something powerful. It was never about how many arrows he had. It was about believing in the last one. The moral of the story: you don't need unlimited chances to win. Sometimes your last chance used with courage and focus changes everything. When all seems lost, the leaf becomes your greatest weapon. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Every night, before the city slept, Zainu heard it. A soft voice in his mind. "You're not ready. What if you fail? Stay where it's safe." It never shouted. It never forced. It only whispered. And Zainu listened. He avoided risks. He rejected opportunities. He watched others move forward while he stayed still. He trapped by a fear no one else could see. One evening, after losing yet another chance, Zainu met an old watchmaker. Noticing his restless eyes, the man said, "Fear survives only in silence." That night, Zainu decided to confront the whisper. The next morning, fear returned. "Turn back." But this time, Zainu replied, "I hear you, but I won't obey." His hands trembled, his heart raced, but his feet moved. Each step step weakened the whisper. Each action made his voice louder than fear's. Days turned into weeks. Fear still spoke, but softly. Eventually, it lost its power. Zainu didn't become fearless. He became braver than his fear. And that changed everything. And moral of the story, fear grows when ignored, but shrinks when faced. Courage is not silence of fear, but action despite it. Your life changes the moment your voice becomes louder than fear. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a cold industrial town where failure was inherited like a surname, lived a young man named Rayan. His hands were scarred, his pockets empty, and his dreams mocked daily. People said, some lives are meant to struggle. But Rayan believed something different. Strength is built, not given. Every morning before sunrise, while the town slept, Rayan trained. Not in a gym, not with coaches, but against pain, hunger, and doubt. When he failed, the world laughed. When he fell, no one helped. Yet each fall hardened him like iron in fire. The turning point came when Rayan was offered one last chance, a trial so brutal, most men quit halfway. His muscles screamed. Blood mixed with sweat. His mind begged him to stop. Then he remembered every insult, every closed door, every night he almost quit. And a voice inside whispered, pain ends, will does not. Rayan finished what others abandoned. He didn't win applause, he earned respect. Years later, people asked how he succeeded. Rayan replied, when everything was taken from me, I had one thing left, my will. I made it unbreakable. The moral of the story, a strong body may fail, a strong will never does. Pain strengthens those who refuse to quit. Greatness belongs to the mentally unbreakable. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A fisherman was caught in a furious storm. Everyone thought his boat would sink, but he refused to give up. He tied himself, repaired the sails, and kept rowing. By dawn, he reached the shore alive. Moral: in life's storms, determination is the strongest anchor. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. What if the strongest person in the world didn't even know they were strong? Let's watch The Hidden Strength motivational story. In a small mountain village lived a boy named Arav, known to everyone as the quiet one. He wasn't the fastest runner, he wasn't the loudest speaker, he wasn't the bravest fighter, but he had something nobody else noticed, a heart that never gave up. Every day on his way to school, Arav climbed a steep hill. This story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One day, dark clouds gathered and a mighty storm began to brew. All the birds in the forest were frightened. They searched for shelter, hiding under branches and rocks. But the eagle did something different. Instead of avoiding the storm, it spread its massive wings and soared directly into the powerful winds. The storm that terrified other birds became the very force that lifted the eagle higher and higher above the clouds. While others trembled below, the eagle glided fearlessly in the clear skies above the storm. Moral of the story: don't fear challenges. Use them to rise higher. Problems can be opportunities in disguise. True leaders and strong minds don't run from storms. They face them and grow stronger. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet village, a young boy often visited an old potter's workshop. The potter spent hours shaping lumps of clay on his wheel, pressing, molding, and reshaping with patience. One day, the boy asked, "Why do you press the clay so hard? Won't it break?" The potter smiled and replied, "The pressure gives it strength. Without it, the pot would collapse when the fire comes." Days passed, and the boy watched how the potter placed the clay pots in a blazing kiln. The fire was fierce, yet when they emerged, the pots were strong, shining, and unbreakable. The boy finally understood it wasn't the softness of the clay that made it beautiful, but the pressure and the fire that gave it purpose. One morning, an old man was walking along the beach after a storm. He saw thousands of starfish washed up on the sand, dying in the heat of the Sunday. Far ahead, he noticed a young boy. The boy kept picking up starfish one by one and throwing them back into the ocean. The old man asked, "Son, there are thousands of starfish here. Do you really think you can save them all?" "What difference can you make?" The boy picked up another starfish, gently placed it into the waves, and smiled. "I made a difference to that one." A moral of the story: even small actions can have a big impact. You don't have to change the whole world. You just need to change someone's world. True motivation comes from taking action, not waiting for perfection. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. At the edge of an ancient city lived a monk named Ananda. He followed a simple routine meditation at dawn, service by noon, silence at dusk. No one knew much about him, except one strange thing. Every morning, he ran. Not to escape, not to compete, just ran barefoot along dusty roads while athletes with expensive shoes gasped for breath. One year, a global marathon passed through the city. Runners arrived with coaches, sponsors, and cameras. Someone joked, "Let the monk run. At least we'll finish before him." Ananda quietly registered. Race day arrived. The gun fired. Thousands sprinted ahead. The monk stayed slow, calm, smiling. At 10 kilometers, runners dropped. At 20, legs cramped. At 35, even champions collapsed. Yet Ananda kept the same pace. No music, no cheering, just breath and focus. With 1 kilometer left, the crowd fell silent. The monk crossed the finish line first. No celebration, no raised hands. When reporters asked, "How did you beat runners half your age?" Ananda replied, I was not racing them. I was running away from my ego. That day, athletes learned a truth. Schools never teach. The strongest mind outlasts the strongest body. Moral of the story: discipline, inner peace, and consistency will always outrun talent fueled by ego. When the mind is calm, the body becomes unstoppable. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small village surrounded by a massive mountain lived a man named Wei. The mountain blocked sunlight from reaching his farm. Crops failed. Winters were cruel. Every year, elders said the same thing. The mountain decides our fate. But Wei refused to accept that. One morning, while others slept, Wei picked up a small hammer and chisel and struck the mountain. Clink! Just one stone fell. The villagers laughed. Are you insane? This mountain has stood here for thousands of years. Wei simply replied, Then I will start today. Every day, rain or heat, Wei removed stones. Not hundreds, not dozens, just one piece at a time. Years passed. People mocked him. Friends left. Time tested him. But Wei never stopped. One day, an old child who had grown watching Wei asked, You know you'll never finish in your lifetime. Why continue? Wei smiled. Even if I fall, my children will continue, and one day the mountain will fall. Generations later, the impossible happened. The mountain was gone. Sunlight reached the valley. Fields bloomed. Life changed. History remembered Wei not as the strongest man, but as the one who proved small actions done daily defeat impossibility. Moral of the story: consistency turns the impossible into the inevitable. You don't move mountains by force, you move them by never stopping. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a storm-beaten town where hope faded faster than the sun, lived a man named Karan. Life tested him. Relentlessly failures, loss, rejection, one after another. Each setback felt final, each fall deeper than the last. People whispered, Enough! Give up! But inside, Karan lived something that refused to die. When he lost everything, job, respect, direction, he stood alone at night, staring at the sky, asking, Why me? Silence answered. So he answered himself. If I'm still breathing, I'm still standing. With no support and no applause, Karan started again. Each day he rebuilt what life destroyed. Discipline, belief, courage. The pain didn't disappear, but neither did he. Years later, when success finally arrived, people asked how he survived what should have ended him. Karan smiled and said, I didn't win because life got easier. I won because my spirit stayed unbroken. Moral of the story: circumstances can shatter comfort, but never the human spirit. Resilience is born in silence and struggle. As long as your spirit stands, you are never defeated. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
High in the mountains, an old eagle crashes into a cliff, its wings weak, its beak shattered. Everyone thinks it's the end, but the eagle breaks its own beak, tears away old feathers, and rebuilds itself in brutal pain. And then it rises again, stronger than ever. Sometimes you must break to be reborn. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
A lone warrior was known across kingdoms for his victories. He never lost a battle, never turned his back on danger. Yet every night, as the sun fell behind the mountains, fear returned. No matter where he went, through burning deserts, across frozen valleys, into silent forests, a shadow followed him. It wasn't cast by the sun. It moved when he stopped. It waited when he slept. One night, exhausted from running, the warrior turned around and shouted, "Who are you?" The shadow answered not with words, but with memories. Moments of fear, battles avoided, dreams abandoned, times he chose safety over greatness. Then, the truth struck him like a blade. The shadow wasn't chasing him. It was made of everything he refused to face. From that day on, the warrior stopped running. He trained harder, faced his fears, walked toward what scared him. With every step of courage, the shadow grew smaller until one morning, it disappeared. The warrior didn't become stronger because he won more battles. He became stronger because he won the one inside. Moral of the story: your greatest enemy isn't outside you. It's the fear you keep avoiding. Face it, and it loses its power. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Walt Disney walked into a newspaper office excited, hoping for a job. But the editor looked at him and said, "You're not creative enough." He was fired, rejected, broke. Most people would quit, but not Disney. Instead, he picked up his pencil, sketched new worlds, created new characters, and built stories no one believed in until the whole world did. From rejection to magic, from one no to a billion smiles, he created a universe where dreams live forever. A moral of the story: if Walt Disney can turn rejection into a kingdom, imagine what you can build from your setbacks. Thanks for watching. From a bus conductor earning $750 to a global superstar worshipped like a god. This is the unbelievable rise of Rajinikanth, the man who never asked for the spotlight, but earned the universe. Before the name Rajinikanth echoed across India, before fans built temples in his honor, before he became Thalavar, he was Shivaji Rao, a simple man with tired eyes and an empty pocket. He woke up at 4 a.m., drove buses through noisy Bangalore roads, took insults from passengers, delivered every shift with quiet dignity. And yet, somewhere deep inside, he carried a fire. A fire nobody saw. Not even he did. The moment everything changed. One day, during a break at the bus depot, he performed a small drama act. A random passerby stopped, stunned. The man said, "You are not meant for this uniform. You are meant for the world." That man was director K. Balachander, one of India's greatest filmmakers. And he had discovered a gem hiding inside a bus conductor. But Rajinikanth wasn't confident. He said, "Sir, I don't look like a hero." Balachander smiled. "Heroes are not born by looks. They are born by fire. The journey of pain, rejection, and rise." Rajinikanth faced rejection after rejection. People laughed at his style. Critics said he would never survive. Producers refused to cast him. But every night, Rajini practiced in front of a broken mirror. His walk, his punch timing, his cigarette flip, his dialogue delivery, he wasn't building a career. He was building a legend. The breakthrough. Then came the movie, Apurva Ragangal. Small role. Barely a few minutes on screen. But when Rajinikanth walked in, the screen didn't just light up, it vibrated. People finally saw what the world had almost missed. A man who didn't act like another hero. A man who acted like himself. Soon, Rajinikanth wasn't just famous. He became unstoppable. The rise to global icon. From Muthu becoming a hit in Japan, to Shivaji breaking records, to Robot shocking the world with his style, Rajini proved one truth. A bus conductor can rise so high that the sky begins to look small. A moral of the story, your starting point never decides your finishing line. Your attitude does. Your consistency does. Your fire does. If Rajinikanth could rise from nothing, so can you. So can anyone. Even you watching this. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. From a bus conductor earning $750 to a global superstar worshipped like a god. This is the unbelievable rise of Rajinikanth, the man who never asked for the spotlight, but earned the universe. Before the name Rajinikanth echoed across India, before fans built temples in his honor, before he became Thalavar, he was Shivaji Rao, a simple man with tired eyes and an empty pocket. And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. It was late at night. The street was quiet, dimly lit, and almost empty. A man lay unconscious on the roadside, beaten, bleeding, and helpless. Cars passed. People looked and walked away. Some were late. Some were scared. Some didn't want trouble. Minutes felt like hours. Then, a stranger approached. His clothes were dusty, his bag worn out. He wasn't rich. He wasn't powerful. But he had something rare compassion. He knelt beside the injured man, checked his pulse, and gently lifted him. With great effort, he carried him to a nearby hospital. The hospital staff hesitated. No ID. No money. The stranger reached into his pocket and placed his last savings on the counter. "I'll pay," he said. "Please, save him." Before leaving, he told the nurse, "If it's not enough, I'll come back tomorrow." Days later, the injured man regained consciousness. He learned what had happened and asked, "Who saved me?" The nurse replied, "A man who didn't even know your name." Years passed. One day, a successful businessman stood on a stage, sharing his story. He ended with tears in his eyes. "I am alive today because one stranger chose kindness over convenience." The moral of the story: true humanity is shown when we help others without expecting anything in return. Be the reason someone believes in goodness again. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
At the foot of the colossal cliff, Arjun stands resolute, bracing against the fierce mountain winds. His focused gaze pierces the sky, fixed on the elusive summit high above. A deep breath fills Arjun's lungs, his face a canvas of determination painted with shades of excitement and trepidation. With unwavering resolve, Arjun begins his ascent, a solitary figure challenging the unyielding stone. Arjun ascends the treacherous mountain cliff, each step a battle against the elements. The wind howls like a banshee, testing his resolve, as memories of past failures flash before his eyes. Images of crushing self-doubt assault him, each a blow in the internal war he wages against himself. He pauses, chest heaving, exhaustion etched on his face, fear a palpable presence. A voice whispers, taunting him, "Let go. You can't make it." Arjun trembles, the mountain's challenge mirroring the battles within. High on the mountain cliff, Arjun's rope fails, leaving me suspended in the vast emptiness. Thousands of feet above the unforgiving ground, my heart races as my grip weakens. Panic threatens to consume me, but a powerful voice echoes from within. "You didn't come this far to stop now." The words ignite a newfound resolve, pushing back the fear as I fight to hold on. Against the canvas of dawn, Arjun stands solitary, his face etched with the raw emotion of hard-won battles. Bathed in the sun's nascent glow, he finds himself reborn, the golden light painting over his weary face. "The real battle was within, and I have won," he proclaims, his voice resonating with newfound liberation. The sun ascends, casting a radiant glow upon Arjun, symbolizing the profound inner transformation he has undergone. He gazes into the horizon, a silhouette of triumph against the dawning sky, the culmination of his arduous journey.
Every evening, near a busy roadside, a little girl sat quietly beside a small flower stall. Her dress was old, her shoes torn, but her eyes sparkled with innocence and hope. One day, she noticed a man sitting on a bench nearby. His shoulders were heavy, his eyes empty. He stared at the ground as if life had defeated him. The little girl picked up the most beautiful red rose from the stall. It was the most expensive one, almost her entire day's earnings. She walked toward the man and gently said, "Uncle, this rose is for you." The man looked confused. "Why would you give this to me?" he asked. She smiled and replied, "Because you look like someone who forgot how beautiful life is." Tears welled up in the man's eyes. That morning, he had planned to end his life. Failures, debts, and loneliness had crushed his spirit. But that single rose, that small act of kindness, stopped him. He took the rose home and placed it beside his bed. For the first time in years, he slept peacefully. The next day, the man returned not to the bench, but to the flower stall. He paid for every rose and told the little girl, "You didn't just give me a flower, you gave me my life back." The little girl smiled again, unaware that her kindness had saved a soul. Sometimes it's not money, not power, not words. Sometimes all it takes is one rose. Moral of the story: a small act of kindness can become someone's reason to live. Never underestimate the power of a good heart. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One day, a flock of doves flew down to eat grains scattered on the ground. But suddenly, a hunter threw a net and trapped them all. The doves panicked. Each tried to escape alone, but the net was too strong. Then their leader said, "If we all flap our wings together, we can rise as one and escape." The doves listened, united their strength, and lifted the net into the sky. They flew together to safety, proving that unity is freedom and power. Moral of the story: unity can overcome any trap in life. Together, even the weak can defeat the strong. Cooperation brings freedom, strength, and success. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Sunset. An old man plants a tiny sapling. A young passerby laughs. "Young man, you'll never sit under its shade." Close-up of the old man's smile as his wrinkled hand presses the soil. Old man softly, "But someone else will." Years later, children play under a giant tree, their laughter echoing. Message: true greatness is planting seeds for a future you may never see.
Bathed in sunlight, the forest clearing buzzes with excitement as animals gather. The rabbit's arrogance fills the air as he flaunts his speed. In stark contrast, the tortoise quietly prepares, a picture of unwavering resolve. Perched high above, the old owl observes with knowing eyes. The squirrel fidgets nervously, his tail twitching with anticipation. "I'll beat you before you even cross the starting line," the rabbit boasts. The race explodes into action, the rabbit a mere blur as he surges ahead. The tortoise begins his determined trek, a stark contrast to the rabbit's explosive start. Seeing his overwhelming lead, the rabbit smugly eyes a shady tree, plotting a moment of repose. Under the cool shade, the rabbit reclines, confident in his insurmountable lead. Plenty of time to rest. That tortoise won't catch up. Unnoticed, the tortoise continues his unwavering progress, each step a testament to perseverance. Time marches relentlessly forward on the race course. The tortoise continues his unwavering pace, each step a testament to his resolve. Lost in dreams of victory, the rabbit slumbers peacefully, oblivious to the passage of time. The squirrel watches with widening eyes as the tortoise steadily approaches. The old owl hoots softly, acknowledging the tortoise's unwavering determination. The tortoise persists, step by step, while the rabbit remains deep in slumber. The tortoise shuffles across the finish line, a symbol of unyielding resolve. A wave of disbelief washes over the gathered animals as the impossible unfolds. The rabbit jolts awake, his arrogance shattered by the eruption of cheers. Slow and steady wins the race. The words of Old Owl echo as the tortoise stands tall, radiating exhaustion and triumph. Shame crashes over the rabbit as the weight of his folly becomes unbearable.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like.
Lived a lion known as the King of Courage. But one storm stormy night, he encountered something he had never faced: his own fear. Lightning struck, the ground shook, and for the first time, the mighty lion stepped back. The animals whispered, "Even the king is scared." Ashamed, the lion hid himself until he saw a tiny wounded cub struggling in the storm. In that moment, courage returned not for himself, but to protect someone who needed him. He roared louder than the storm, carried the cub to safety, and realized a powerful truth. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's choosing to move forward because someone believes in you. The next morning, the savannah bowed not to a fearless lion, but to a lion who faced fear and still stood tall. Moral of the story: courage is not the absence of fear. It's choosing to move forward because someone believes in you. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. On a rainy evening, a tiny puppy sat shivering on the roadside, soaked and scared. Cars passed. People rushed home. No one stopped. The puppy cried softly, hoping someone would hear. A young boy noticed it. He had no umbrella, no money, only a kind heart. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around the puppy. The puppy stopped crying. The boy carried the puppy door to door, asking, "Is this yours?" Most people said no. Some shut their doors. Just when the boy was about to give up, a woman ran toward him crying, "That's my puppy!" she shouted. She had been searching for hours. Tears rolled down her face as she hugged the puppy. Then, the boy. Weeks later, the same woman visited the boy's home. She offered help for his education because kindness deserves kindness. Moral of the story: when you help someone helpless, life finds a way to help you back. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share.
Watch now, Horror Planets channel, for more videos in many audio languages, and subscribe, like, and share.
For 15 years, Arjun lived behind cold stone walls. Not because the gates were locked, but because fear had trained him to stay. Every morning, the guards opened the cell doors. Every morning, Arjun stayed seated. Freedom terrified him more than chains. One day, a new prisoner arrived. Young, broken, angry. After weeks of silence, the boy finally screamed, "Why don't you ever leave your cell?" Arjun replied softly, "I don't know how to live outside anymore." That night, the prison lost power. Lights died, locks released, chaos echoed in the corridors. Prisoners ran, guards fled. Arjun stood alone in the darkness, heart racing, hands shaking. Then he remembered something his father once said. Fear disappears the moment you take the first step. He stood up. One step, then another. Every step felt heavier than iron chains. When he reached the gate, dawn had arrived. The world waited on the other side. Arjun stepped into the sunlight, not as a prisoner escaping, but as a man choosing freedom. And in that moment, he understood. The prison was never the building. It was the belief that he couldn't leave. Moral of the story: Your limitations are not walls, they are habits of fear. Freedom begins the moment you decide to move. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. On the edge of a crowded city lived an orphan boy named Arian. Nights were the hardest. The cold cut through his bones, and the streets offered no mercy. One winter evening, Arian found a torn blanket near a closed shop. He wrapped himself tightly, whispering a small prayer. Suddenly, he heard coughing. Nearby, an old homeless woman lay curled on the pavement, shaking uncontrollably. Arian looked at his blanket, the only warmth he owned. For a moment, fear whispered, "You will freeze." But his heart spoke louder. He gently covered the woman with the blanket and sat beside her, shivering through the night. Years later, Arian grew up through hardship, education from shelters, and relentless effort. One night, as a young social worker, he visited a government hospital. An elderly woman grabbed his hand, tears streaming down her face. "You don't remember me," she said, "but once you saved my life with a blanket." Arian froze. She continued, "That night changed me. I survived. Today, I fund shelters across the city." She smiled. "And tonight, I came to help you build one." The New Morning A shelter opened soon after, its entrance marked with a simple line. "Warmth shared is warmth multiplied." Arian kept one blanket framed on the wall, torn, faded, unforgettable. A moral of the story: true kindness is giving even when you have little. Life always remembers such sacrifices. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet village lived an old baker named Samuel. Every morning before sunrise, he baked fresh bread, not just for customers, but for anyone who needed it. One cold evening, a thin boy stood outside the bakery. His clothes were torn, his hands trembling. "Sir," the boy whispered, "I haven't eaten for 2 days. Could I work for a piece of bread?" Samuel looked at him silently. Instead of answering, he handed the boy a warm loaf, still steaming. The boy's eyes filled with tears. "But I didn't earn it," Samuel smiled gently. "Kindness doesn't wait for permission." The boy ate gratefully and disappeared into the night. Years passed. Samuel grew old. Business slowed. One stormy night, his bakery caught fire. The flames destroyed everything. He sat helplessly on the roadside, watching his life's work turn to ashes. A well-dressed man approached. "Are you Samuel, the baker?" Samuel nodded weakly. The man smiled. "You once gave a hungry boy bread when he had nothing to offer." Samuel's eyes widened. "That boy was you?" "Yes," the man said. "Today, I own a chain of bakeries. And tonight, I came to return what you gave me." The next morning, Samuel's bakery reopened bigger, stronger, and brighter than ever. Above the door hung a sign. Bread is sold here. Kindness is given freely. A moral of the story. Kindness never goes unpaid. What you give with a pure heart always returns, often multiplied. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small rural hospital worked Dr. Bari, a young doctor known for his honesty more than his wealth. The hospital lacked medicines, machines, and hope, but not compassion. One night, an elderly farmer named Raghav was brought in, struggling to breathe. His family whispered nervously, "Doctor, we have no money." Dr. Bari looked at the monitor, then at the frightened faces. "Tonight, payment can wait. Life cannot." He worked all night, using outdated equipment and his unwavering will. By dawn, Raghav survived, but his condition remained fragile. Before being discharged, Raghav held the doctor's hand. "Promise me one thing," he said softly. "Never let money decide who lives." Dr. Bari nodded. "I promise." Years passed. Dr. Bari moved to the city. Fame followed him. Private hospitals offered luxury, but he remembered the promise. Instead, he opened a low-cost clinic, treating anyone who walked in. Critics laughed. "You'll never succeed this way." One day, a large medical foundation announced funding for a free hospital. The anonymous donor requested only one condition: choose a doctor who treats patients, not wallets. The name selected was Dr. Bari. The promise fulfilled. A modern hospital opened its doors to the poor and rich alike. On the wall of the emergency ward was a framed sentence: "Never let money decide who lives." Dr. Bari smiled not because he succeeded, but because he kept his promise. As moral of the story, true success is not wealth or fame. It is staying loyal to your values when the world tempts you to forget them. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. When the world buried him in dust, he discovered a miracle inside it. Let's watch. Thrilling and inspirational. Story. In a small desert village lived a boy named Danush, known to everyone as the Dusty Boy. Why? Because every day he helped his father dig in the scorching desert sand, trying to find water. The village wells had dried, the land cracked, people started leaving. But Danush's father believed, "There is water beneath this land. It just needs someone who won't give up." Day after day, Danush dug under the burning sun. He was only 12, but he worked with the strength of a warrior. His hands bled, his face burned. Dust filled his eyes, his hair, his clothes. Other villagers mocked him. "Stop wasting your time. Nothing grows here. You're just a boy. Why dig like a man?" But Danush never stopped. He believed in his father's dream. One evening, a massive sandstorm hit the village. Winds roared. Houses shook. People ran for shelter. Danush ran outside. His father wasn't back. Through the dust-filled sky, he crawled, searching, shouting. Finally, he found his father unconscious near the digging site. Danush screamed for help, but nobody came. So he did What he always did, he dug. With his bare hands, in the storm, in the darkness, in the dust. Please, please, give me strength, he cried. Suddenly, his hand struck something wet. He froze, his heart pounded. He cleared more sand. Water burst out of the ground. A fountain shot upward, sparkling in the stormlight like a miracle born from the earth. The villagers rushed out in shock. Danush fell to his knees, crying with joy. His father opened his eyes and whispered, "My son, you found the miracle." That well didn't just save Danush's father, it saved the entire village. The boy they once mocked as Dusty became the symbol of hope. Years later, Danush became a world-renowned hydrologist, building wells in drought-hit regions across the world. When asked how he found that well, he always replied, "In the dust I found my destiny." Moral of the story: miracles don't appear out of nowhere. They are created by those who refuse to stop digging even when life buries them in dust. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. On a cold evening, at the corner of a busy street, an old woman sat quietly with a small basket of apples. Her clothes were worn. Her hands trembled. People passed her every second. No one stopped. Some whispered, "Who would buy apples from her?" Others laughed, "She should stay at home." But the old woman smiled anyway. Hours passed. Not a single apple sold. Just as the sun began to set, a young man stopped in front of her. He looked at the apples, then at her tired face. "How much?" he asked. "Just enough to buy food," she replied softly. The man handed her money without taking any apples. Confused, she said, "Sir, your apples?" He smiled. "Keep them. Someone else may need them." As he walked away, the old woman whispered, "May God bless you." The next morning, the same young man woke up to a phone call. He had been selected for a life-changing opportunity, a job he had failed to get for years. Days later, he returned to that street, but the old woman was gone. In her place was a small note left with a basket of apples. "When you helped me, I prayed for you. Kindness is never wasted." Moral of the story: kindness given without expectation always returns often in ways you never imagine. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A stranger saved his life and then disappeared forever. I watch this story till end. The Kind Stranger. With thrilling and motivational and how do you like? Commented, on a cold winter night, a young man named Rafiq walked alone along a deserted highway. He had failed an important job interview that day. His dreams were shattered. He had no money left, and worse, his phone battery had died. The sky grew darker. Cold winds cut through his clothes. Cars passed, but no one stopped. Rafiq felt hopeless. Suddenly, he slipped on the icy road and fell twisting his ankle. He cried for help, but the empty highway swallowed his voice. Just when he thought he would collapse from pain and cold, a single motorbike stopped. The rider, a rugged-looking man with a warm smile, said, "Need help, brother?" He lifted Rafik carefully, gave him his jacket, and sat him on the bike. They rode through bitter cold winds until they reached a small tea shop. The rider ordered hot tea, wrapped Rafik's injured foot with a cloth, and even bought him dinner. Rafik couldn't stop crying. "Why are you helping me? You don't even know me." The stranger smiled gently. "Once, someone helped me when I was helpless. I'm just returning the kindness." After warming up, the stranger took Rafik to the nearest hospital, paid for first aid, and ensured he was safe. When Rafik turned to thank him again, the stranger was gone. No name, no trace, no goodbye. Only a note was left in Rafik's jacket pocket. "One day, you will help someone too. And that day, you will understand." Years later, Rafik became a successful entrepreneur. One rainy night, he saw a broken-down car on the roadside with a worried old man beside it. Without thinking, Rafik stopped, helped him, and ensured he reached home safely. The old man asked, "Why did you help me?" Rafik smiled, looked at the sky, and whispered, "Because once a kind stranger helped me." And so, the stranger's kindness didn't end with him. It became a chain that changed countless lives, one act at a time. Moral of the story: a small act of kindness can create a ripple that changes the world. You may forget your good deeds, but someone else never will. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. No money left. And worse, his phone battery had died. The sky grew darker. Cold winds cut through his clothes. Cars passed, but no one stopped. Rafik felt hopeless. Suddenly, he slipped on the icy road and fell badly, twisting his ankle. He cried for help, but the empty highway swallowed his voice. Just when he thought he would collapse from pain and cold, a single motorbike stopped. The rider, a rugged-looking man with a warm smile, said, "Need help, brother?" And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Stop wasting your time. Nothing grows here. You're just a boy. Why dig like a man? But Danush never stopped. He believed in his father's dream. One evening, a massive sandstorm hit the village. Winds roared. Houses shook. People ran for shelter. Danush ran outside. His father wasn't back. Through the dust-filled sky, he crawled, searching, shouting. Finally, he found his father unconscious near the digging site. Danush screamed for help, but nobody came. So this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One day, disaster struck. A massive cave-in shook the entire mine. Rocks crashed, lights went out, and dust filled the air. Men screamed for help. Arjun's father was trapped deep inside. The rescue team said it was impossible. The rocks were too heavy, the tunnel too unstable. But Arjun didn't wait. He rushed into the collapsing mine, crawling through narrow gaps, pushing stones aside with bleeding hands. Inside, he found his father. And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. At home today? Madhavan looked at his own small tiffin. It was barely enough for one, but without thinking twice, he split his lunch into 2 equal parts. His friends laughed. Why share? You'll stay hungry. He's not even your friend. You're such a foolish boy. Madhavan simply smiled. No one stays hungry when I'm around. But what happened next was something no one expected. This story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A rose blooming in the desert, and a girl who became just like it. Let's watch this The Desert Rose story with thrilling and motivational. In the heart of a vast desert lived a girl named Samira, known for her quiet nature and glowing eyes filled with dreams. Her village survived on small trade, but life there was tough. Food was scarce, water had to be carried miles, and opportunities were almost zero. But Samira had one strange belief. Even in the harshest place, beauty can bloom. One day, during a violent sandstorm, she found a small plant buried halfway in the sand. A fragile desert rose, struggling to survive. Everyone said it would die. The sun was too harsh. The ground was too dry. The nights were too cold. But Samira protected it with her hands, her water, her shade, and her hope. Each day she visited the tiny plant, and each day she whispered, "Grow, little rose. If you can survive, so can I." Weeks turned into months. The plant fought through storms, heat waves, droughts, and finally, a single red flower bloomed. It shone like fire in the desert. People from the village gathered in awe. Some touched it. Some cried. Some said it was a miracle. But Samira knew the truth. It wasn't a miracle. It was determination. Later that year, the village faced a crisis. No water, no crops, no traders coming. Everyone decided to leave, but Samira refused. If a rose can bloom here, a future can bloom here too. She began learning about desert farming, water conservation, and solar techniques from old books traders left behind. Day and night, she studied. She worked tirelessly, designing small experimental farms around her village. Everyone laughed at her. "You're just a girl. You can't save a dying village. Dreams don't grow here." But she didn't stop. Her first attempt failed. Her second attempt failed. Her third attempt failed. But on the fourth try, a small patch of desert turned green. Then another. Then another. People returned. Drops of hope returned. Samira became known as the Desert Rose of the East, the girl who turned sand into gardens. Years later, her method spread across the world, helping dry regions turn into fertile lands. When reporters asked how she created such a revolution, she smiled and said, "I didn't create a miracle. I only followed the lesson a rose taught me. Bloom where you're planted." Moral of the story: where you start doesn't decide what you can become. If a rose can bloom in the desert, so can you in the hardest moments of your life. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Christmas was just one day away. Della had only $1.87 saved after months of sacrifice. She wanted to buy James a gift worthy of his heart, but the coins in her hand felt like a cruel joke. She cried silently. James, meanwhile, walked home through freezing winds. His wife deserved the world, but he barely earned enough for rent. Still, he wanted to give her something special, something unforgettable. They both faced the same question. How do you give the world when you have nothing? And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. They broke his body, but they could never break his heart of steel. And watch this story, The Heart of Steel, with thrilling and motivational, and comment it how you like. In a mining town, hidden between iron mountains, lived a boy named Arjun, known for his incredible strength and relentless spirit. His father worked deep in the steel mines, cutting rock and carving tunnels to feed the family. Arjun dreamed of becoming the strongest metal worker in the country, someone who could shape steel with his bare hands. People laughed at him. "You're too young." "Too weak. Steel is for men, not boys." But Arjun had fire inside him. Every evening, he trained with heavy stones. Every morning, he helped his father in the mines, lifting ore and hammering metal. One day, disaster struck. A massive cave-in shook the entire mine. Rocks crashed, lights went out, and dust filled the air. Men screamed for help. Arjun's father was trapped deep inside. The rescue team said it was impossible. The rocks were too heavy, the tunnel too unstable. But Arjun didn't wait. He rushed into the collapsing mine, crawling through narrow gaps, pushing stones aside with bleeding hands. Inside, he found his father pinned under a steel beam unconscious, gasping. Arjun tried lifting the beam. His muscles burned, his bones shook, his skin tore. Everyone watching shouted, "Stop! You'll die!" But Arjun whispered, "I am the son of a steel worker. My heart is made of steel." With a roar that echoed through the mine, he lifted the beam. The impossible happened. He dragged his father out as the mine fully collapsed behind them. Arjun's strength became legend. His courage inspired the entire town. Years later, Arjun became one of the world's finest steel engineers, building bridges, towers, and structures known for their strength and resilience. When asked where his power came from, he smiled and said, "Steel is strong, but a determined heart is stronger." A moral of the story: true strength is not in your muscles. It is in your heart, your will, your determination. A heart of steel can conquer anything. watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. On a rainy evening, a young boy named Ashok was walking home after a long day at school. His shoes were torn, his bag was old, and his stomach was empty. Near a small tea stall, he noticed an old man struggling to count coins, short of money to buy a cup of tea. Without thinking twice, Ashok opened his bag, took out his lunch money, and placed it gently on the counter. "Please give him tea," he said softly. The old man's eyes filled with tears. "Son, may your life always be full of joy," he whispered. Ashok walked away, unaware that the tea stall owner had watched everything. Years passed. One day, Ashok, now a grown man, was rushing to a job interview. Suddenly, his bike broke down in the middle of the road. Rain poured again, just like that old evening. A stranger stopped his car. "Get in. I'll drop you," he said with a smile. That interview changed Ashok's life. He got the job. Weeks later, Ashok visited a tea stall near his new office. The owner smiled warmly. "Do you remember me?" he asked. Ashok froze. It was the same tea stall owner. The man said, "That day, your kindness started a circle. I promised myself to help someone whenever I could. Today, that kindness returned to you." Ashok finally understood. Joy never disappears. It only travels in circles. Moral of the story: every act of kindness creates a circle of joy. What you give to the world always finds its way back to you. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small village lived a master potter known for creating the finest vessels. One day, a lump of clay whispered in pain. "Why are you crushing me?" The potter replied gently. "To remove the air that would break you later." The clay was soaked in water. It cried again. "Why are you drowning me?" The potter smiled. "To make you flexible, not fragile." Then the potter placed the clay on the wheel. It spun faster and faster. The clay screamed, "Stop! I'm dizzy! I can't handle this!" The potter said softly, "Trust me." Slowly, the clay took shape, a beautiful vessel formed by skilled hands. But the journey wasn't over. The potter placed it into the fire. The clay cried out one last time, "This will destroy me." The potter answered, "Only the fire will make you strong enough to hold your purpose." When the fire ended, the clay had become a flawless pot, strong, useful, and beautiful. The moral of the story: your struggles are not meant to break you. They are shaping you for something greater. Trust the process even when it hurts. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. They had nothing, yet they gave each other everything. Watch this story till end, The Gift of the Magi, with thrilling, heart-touching, and motivational, and how do you like, comment it. In a small, cold city, two young lovers, Della and James, lived in a tiny rented room. They were deeply in love, but painfully poor. Christmas was just one day away. Della had only $1.87 saved after months of sacrifice. She wanted to buy James a gift worthy of his heart, but the coins in her hand felt like a cruel joke. She cried silently. James, meanwhile, walked home through freezing winds. His wife deserved the world, but he barely earned enough for rent. Still, he wanted to give her something special, something unforgettable. They both faced the same question. How do you give the world when you have nothing? That night, Della looked into the mirror. Her heart trembled. She had only one treasure, her long, beautiful hair, known throughout the neighborhood. With a deep breath, she rushed to a wig maker. "Cut it," she whispered. Her silky hair fell to the floor like a waterfall. Tears filled her eyes, but she smiled. She used the money to buy a precious silver chain for James's only prized possession, his golden pocket watch, passed down from generations. Meanwhile, James made his own sacrifice. He walked into a pawn shop. His golden watch, the pride of his family, glimmered in his hand. His heart broke, but he sold it. With the money, he bought something he knew Della adored, a set of beautiful tortoiseshell combs for her long hair. Both returned home with excitement, hiding their gifts. Della opened the door, breathless. James froze. Her hair was gone. She froze. His watch chain had no watch. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then they both laughed with tears. Why? Because each had sacrificed their greatest treasure. Love isn't about what you have, it's about what you're willing to give. A moral of the story. The greatest gifts in life are not bought with money, but with love, sacrifice, and selflessness. True giving comes from the heart, not the wallet. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Abdullah stood on the crowded railway platform, surrounded by people, yet feeling completely alone. Life had crushed him. A failed business, unpaid debts, endless rejection, and sleepless nights filled with shame. In his pocket was a decision he didn't want to make, but felt forced to. As the train approached, Abdullah closed his eyes. Just then, a stranger brushed past him and slipped a folded note into his hand without stopping, without eye contact, without a word. Confused, Abdullah opened it. The note read, "If you're reading this, it means you stayed. That alone makes you stronger than you think. Don't decide your entire life on a bad chapter." His hands trembled. Tears rolled down his face. The train arrived and left. Abdullah sat down, breathing heavily, realizing something powerful. Someone who knew nothing about him believed he was worth saving. Years later, Abdullah became a counselor. On his desk lay a stack of small handwritten notes. Every day, he left one behind for a stranger. Because one note once saved his life. The moral of the story: you never know what someone is battling silently. A small act of kindness can rewrite someone's destiny. Sometimes, hope arrives from a stranger. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Matilda Loisel was young, beautiful and full of dreams. But she lived a simple life, married to a modest clerk. She believed she deserved luxury, silk dresses, and admiration, not small rooms and plain meals. One day, her husband brought home an invitation to a grand ministerial ball. Instead of joy, Mathilde wept. "I have nothing to wear," she cried. Her husband sacrificed his savings so she could buy a beautiful dress. Still, Matilda felt incomplete. She borrowed a dazzling diamond necklace from her wealthy friend, Madame Forestier. That night, Matilda shone brighter than anyone in the room. People admired her. She felt powerful, alive. But when the night ended, the necklace was gone. Panic, fear, silence. Rather than confess, Matilda and her husband made a terrible choice. They borrowed money, sold everything, and bought a replacement necklace, costing their future. 10 long years of poverty followed. Hard labor, aging before time, dreams crushed. Finally, the debt was paid. One day, Mathilde met Madame Forestier and confessed the truth. Her friend stared in shock and said softly, "Oh, my dear, that necklace was imitation. It was worth almost nothing." In that moment, Mathilde realized pride had stolen 10 years of her life. A moral of the story: pride in appearance can destroy real happiness. Honesty, even when painful, saves years of suffering. Chasing status can cost your soul. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A young woman walked into her mentor's office, exhausted and overwhelmed. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Everything feels like it's falling apart. The harder I try, the worse things become. I don't know how much longer I can endure this." The mentor listened silently. Without saying a word, he took her to the kitchen. He placed 3 pots of water on the stove and turned up the heat. When the water began to boil, he dropped a carrot into the first pot, an egg into the second, and coffee beans into the third. They waited. After a few minutes, he pulled out the carrot. It was soft and weak. He cracked the egg inside. It was hard and changed forever. Then he poured the coffee into a cup. The room filled with a rich, powerful aroma. The mentor finally spoke. Each of these faced the same boiling water, but each reacted differently. The carrot went in strong and came out weak. The egg went in fragile and came out hardened. But the coffee bean, it changed the water itself. He looked at her and asked, "When life puts you in boiling water, who are you?" The woman fell silent. In that moment, she understood. Life's hardships don't define us. Our response does. Some people let pressure break them. Some let it harden their hearts. But the strongest souls transform pain into power and make life better for everyone around them. She walked out of that room no longer afraid of the fire because she chose to be the coffee bean. A moral of the story: when life gets hard, don't let adversity weaken you or harden you. Be the coffee bean and transform your challenges into strength. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a peaceful kingdom, lived a poor farmer and his intelligent young daughter, Aisha. Though they owned little, her wisdom was known across nearby villages. One day, the king announced a strange challenge. Whoever solves my riddle will be rewarded. Whoever fails will be punished. Many educated men tried and failed. The farmer was summoned next. Terrified, he returned home and shared his fear with his daughter. The next morning, the farmer stood before the king. The king said, "Come to me neither walking nor riding, neither clothed nor naked, and bring me something that is neither gift nor burden." The court laughed. The challenge seemed impossible, but the farmer smiled because his daughter had a plan. The next day, the farmer arrived. He was carried on a donkey while one foot dragged the ground. He wore a fishing net, neither clothing nor nakedness. He carried a small bird which flew away upon arrival. The court fell silent. The king stood in amazement. "Who taught you this?" the king asked. The farmer replied, "My daughter." Impressed, the king rewarded the farmer and invited the daughter to the palace, saying, "Wisdom is the greatest wealth, and it can come from any home. Intelligence doesn't come from status. It comes from thinking differently." Moral of the story: wisdom beats power. Creativity solves what force cannot. Never underestimate knowledge, especially from unexpected places. Your background doesn't define your brilliance. Your thinking does. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. It was late evening. A man stood alone on a bridge, staring at the dark water below. His mind was heavy. Failures, loss, silence. People walked past him. No one noticed his shaking hands. Just then, a woman walking by looked at him and smiled. Not out of pity, but with warmth. He froze. That simple smile felt real. Like someone had seen him. She said nothing. She didn't ask questions. She just smiled and kept walking. But something changed. The man stepped back from the edge. For the first time in months, he felt hope. Years later, that same man stood on a stage, sharing his story. "That smile saved my life," he said. "It reminded me that I mattered." Moral of the story: you may never know how powerful your small kindness can be, but to someone else, it can mean everything. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. High in the mountains, in a small, silent hut, lived a monk. He owned almost nothing: a mat, a lamp, and a heart full of peace. One night, a thief quietly entered the hut. He searched every corner, but found nothing worth stealing. The monk, who had been meditating outside, returned and saw the thief inside. Instead of shouting, instead of calling for help, he smiled. The monk gently said, "I am sorry you traveled so far and found nothing." He picked up his only blanket and handed it to the thief. "Please take this," he said. "You must be cold." The thief was stunned. No fear, no anger, only kindness. Ashamed and confused, the thief ran away into the night. Later, the monk sat under the moonlight and whispered, "I wish I could have given him the moon too." That night, the thief couldn't sleep. The blanket felt heavy not on his body, but on his soul. By morning, he returned. He placed the blanket back at the monk's door and bowed. That day, the monk lost nothing, but the thief found everything. Moral of the story: true wealth is not what you own, but what you are willing to give. Compassion can transform even the darkest hearts. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, two powerful nations were divided by a deep, violent river. The river wasn't just water, it was fear, pride, and history. For generations, people on both sides believed the same lie. They are different. They are the enemy. One year, a devastating storm arrived. The river rose higher than ever before, destroying homes on both sides. A young engineer named Elier stood on the riverbank, watching people suffer not as citizens of different nations, but as humans in pain. While leaders argued and soldiers guarded borders, Elier made a bold proposal: "Let us build a bridge together." They laughed at him. They called him a dreamer. They warned him, "Bridges make people cross." Elier replied, "That is exactly why we need it." He began alone. Then, a worker from the other side crossed secretly to help. Then, two. Then dozens. Hands that once clenched weapons now held tools. Different languages echoed, but the purpose was the same. When the bridge was finished, something unexpected happened. People didn't rush to invade. They rushed to help. Mothers crossed with medicine. Children crossed with curiosity. Elders crossed with tears in their eyes. That day, the river stopped being a border. It became a connection. Years later, history would remember. The bridge didn't unite nations. It reminded them they were already human. No moral of the story: real strength is not building walls, but building bridges. Peace begins when we choose cooperation over conflict and humanity over hatred. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a crowded town lived a poor but honest young man named Ramesh. He worked all day carrying heavy loads, earning just enough to survive. One evening, as he counted his hard-earned coins, his heart sank. One coin was missing. To others, it was nothing. To Ramesh, it meant no dinner that night. Panic filled his mind. He searched the streets. He checked every corner. He retraced every step again and again. Hours passed. People laughed, saying, "Why lose your sleep over a single coin?" Tired and hopeless, Ramesh sat down and whispered, "If I don't value my effort, who will?" He lit a small lamp and searched carefully one last time. Suddenly, a faint shine. The lost coin was stuck in the dust near his feet. Tears rolled down his face not because of the coin, but because he realized something deeper. That coin represented his hard work, dignity, and self-worth. From that day on, Ramesh never underestimated small things. Not money, not time, and not himself. Years later, he became successful not by luck, but by valuing every effort others ignored. Moral of the story: small things carry big meaning. Every effort counts. When you respect your hard work, success follows. Never ignore something just because it looks small. That small thing might be your foundation. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet artist colony in Greenwich Village, two young women, Sue and Johnsy, shared a small room and a dream to become great artists. One cold winter, a deadly illness, pneumonia, swept through the city. Johnsy fell sick. Day by day, her strength faded. Doctors tried. Sue prayed. And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. It was a rainy evening. I had just lost a major deal, months of hard work gone in one meeting. My phone battery was dead, my mood worse. I jumped into a taxi and snapped, "Airport, and please drive fast." The driver smiled gently and nodded. As traffic slowed, my frustration exploded. "Are you blind? Can't you see the signal is green?" I shouted. Instead of arguing, the driver did something unexpected. He calmly said, "Sir, today you are carrying 2 bags." I scoffed. "What nonsense!" He smiled again. "One bag is your luggage. The other is anger, and it's much heavier." I fell silent. He continued, "Every rude passenger gives me their anger. If I carry it home, my wife gets it. My children get it. My sleep loses it." He paused and said softly, "So I drop it right here. Before it reaches my heart." The car stopped at the airport. Before I could pay, he said, "Sir, don't give today's anger to tomorrow's life." I stepped out, but left something behind. My anger. Moral of the story: life is too short to carry someone else's emotional baggage. You decide whether anger controls you or you control it. Don't let bad moments travel with you. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, people didn't celebrate New Year on January 1st. In ancient times, the year began in March, when nature woke up, flowers bloomed, farmers planted crops, and life felt new. Time followed the rhythm of the earth, not the clock. But centuries later, Rome was drowning in chaos. Different regions followed different calendars. Taxes were delayed. Festivals clashed. Wars were planned on wrong dates. Confusion ruled time itself. Then came Julius Caesar. After traveling to Egypt, he sun-based calendar powerful. If people don't move forward together, in 45 BCE, Caesar made a bold decision. He created the Julian calendar and declared January 1st as the start of the year. Why January? Because it was named after Janus, the Roman god with two faces. One face looking backward at the past, one face looking forward to the future, a symbol of reflection and new beginnings. At first, people resisted. Change always feels uncomfortable, but slowly, the world adapted. Centuries later, in 1582, Pope Gregory XIII refined it into the Gregorian calendar, the system we still use today. And unknowingly, January 1st became more than a date. It became a global pause button. Every year, on this single day, billions of people, rich or poor, powerful or ordinary, stand at the same starting line. You don't need permission. You don't need perfection. You don't even need yesterday. Just like the calendar was reset, so can your life be. Moral of the story: new beginnings are not about dates, they are about decisions. January 1st reminds us the past can be reviewed, not relived. Mistakes can be lessons, not life sentences. Every person gets a fresh page, even if the last chapter was painful. Time doesn't change you. Your choice to begin again does. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a world divided by borders, beliefs, and battles, silence had become louder than peace. Nations argued, communities clashed, and people forgot how to listen not just to each other, but to their hearts. One winter evening, during a global summit filled with tension, the electricity failed. Darkness swallowed the grand hall. Panic whispered through the crowd. Then, a sound. A soft hum, gentle, trembling, rose from the back of the room. A young woman, a refugee who cleaned the hall at night, had begun to sing. She didn't sing in any language. No words, just pure emotion. Her voice carried pain, hope, loss, and love all at once. One by one, others joined. A diplomat tapped a rhythm. A soldier lowered his weapon and hummed. A child clapped softly. Different cultures, different histories. One melody. The song grew stronger, braver, until the walls echoed with something the world had forgotten: shared humanity. When the lights returned, no one spoke. They didn't need to. That night, agreements were signed. Conflicts paused. People cried, not from fear, but from connection. The next day, videos of the moment spread across the globe. It was called The Song of Humanity, and it reminded the world of one eternal truth. We are different voices, but the same song. Moral of the story: humanity is strongest when we listen with our hearts, not our differences. You don't need the same language, religion, or nationality to connect, only compassion. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, in a silent town called Bethlehem, the world was heavy with fear, division, and suffering. Power belonged to kings, but peace belonged to no one. On a cold night, in a small stable, not a palace, a child was born. No crown, no army, no gold halls, yet the stars shone brighter than before. That child to rule by force, but to lead love, forgiveness, and sacrifice. Shepherds were first to hear the news, not the rich, not the powerful, but the humble. Why? Because Christmas was never meant for pride. It was meant for humanity. As Jesus grew, his message was simple but revolutionary. Love your neighbor, forgive your enemies, lift the broken, give without expecting. And on that night, each year, we celebrate not just a birth, but the rebirth of hope in every heart. Christmas reminds us that even in the darkest night, light can be born. That kindness is stronger than hatred, and love is the greatest gift ever given. That is why Christmas is celebrated not for presents under the tree, but for the peace planted inside the soul. The moral of the story: true celebration begins when we give love, not things. Hope is strongest when the world feels weakest. Be the light someone needs today. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small town where dreams rarely escape the dust-covered roads, lived a young man named Salim. His hands were different, scarred, rough, trembling slightly since childhood, people whispered. Some mocked. Others pitied him. Those hands are useless, they said. Clumsy, weak, broken. Even Salim believed them. He worked as a cleaner at a local hospital, silently watching doctors rush past him every day. He admired their confidence, their steady hands, their purpose. But whenever he looked at his own hands, doubt crushed his heart. One stormy night, everything changed. A bus accident flooded the emergency ward. Doctors were overwhelmed. Blood, screams, cows. Suddenly, a young girl stopped breathing. No doctor was nearby. Salim froze. Then, he remembered something. Years ago, his late mother, once a village nurse, had taught him basic first aid. She used to say, "Healing doesn't start in the hands. It starts in the heart." With shaking hands but unshaken courage, Salim stepped forward. He performed CPR, applied pressure, stayed calm. Seconds felt like years. Then the girl coughed. Her chest rose. Life returned. Silence filled the room. Doctors stared. That night, Salim didn't just save a life. He discovered his own. Word spread quickly. Doctors began teaching him. Nurses guided him. The same hands once mocked became hands trusted with lives. Years later, Dr. Salim stood in the same hospital, not as a cleaner, but as a healer. When asked how he overcame doubt, he smiled and said, "These hands were never weak. They were just waiting for belief." Of the story, your flaws may actually be your hidden power. The world doesn't define your worth, you do. Believe in your purpose before the world believes in you.
Under the scorching sun, a desolate running track stretches into the horizon, shimmering with heat. Arav runs with labored steps, each stride kicking up dust. Arav's breath hitches, shoulders slumped, defeated in the sweltering heat. The words of the coach echo in his mind. Winners are not those who never fall, but those who rise every time they do. Arav's determination flickers to life. Arav's mind plunges into a relentless barrage of past failures. He stumbles mid-race, his face a mask of frustration and despair. Cruel laughter echoes as blurred faces mock his every misstep. His mother watches from the sidelines, her face etched with silent sorrow and unshed tears. Each image crashes down like a hammer blow, amplifying the weight of his emotional burden. The failures and sorrows converge, threatening to drown him in a sea of regret. On the track, other runners showcase their confidence, ready to compete, while Arav's worn shoes hint at his uphill battle. The sharp gunshot signals the start, a wave of motion as the runners surge forward with a unified burst of speed. Arav is slow to start. He struggles to keep pace, already trailing behind as the crowd murmurs. He won't make it. Dust fills the air as the other runners pull farther ahead. Arav is left behind. Vivid memories begin to surface, shaping the edges of reality. The echo of coach's encouraging lift after each failure resonates, filling the emptiness. The soft cadence of my mother's prayers washes over me, a familiar comfort in the chaos. Clarity sharpens my gaze, and my breath returns, steady and sure. Arav leans forward, his body a study in determination, each step a testament to his will. His breath burns like fire, his legs transform into unyielding steel. With relentless resolve, Arav begins to overtake his rivals, one by one. The crowd erupts in a symphony of cheers as Arav surges forward, his momentum unstoppable. In a final surge of adrenaline, Arav's silhouette streaks against the track, a blur of determination against the world's muted anticipation. Every sinew screams, but Arav stretches, reaching, driven by an unyielding force, as the world holds its breath. He throws himself forward, chest out, diving across the finish line. Arav has won. The stadium erupts, a symphony of cheers and applause, as tears blur Arav's triumphant vision. I didn't win for me. I won for those who believed in me when I didn't.
In a small village lived a poor boy named Ayan. He owned very little, no expensive toys, no fine clothes, but he possessed something rare, unshakable honesty. One afternoon, while delivering groceries for his mother, Ayan found a leather wallet lying on the dusty road. Inside were large sums of money and an important ID card. For a moment, his heart raced. This money could feed his family for months. No one was watching. Ayan picked up the wallet and whispered to himself, "If it's not mine, it's not right." He walked straight to the police station and handed it over. Later that evening, a wealthy businessman arrived, tears in his eyes. That wallet contained money meant for a whole century. Losing it, the man asked, "Son, why didn't you keep it?" Ayan replied softly, "Sir, money can buy food, but honesty lets me sleep peacefully." Moved beyond words, the businessman offered him a reward. Ayan refused. Days later, the businessman returned with school admission papers, books, clothes, and a scholarship. Years passed. That honest boy grew into a respected judge known across the country for his fairness. When asked about his success, he smiled and said, "Everything I have today came from the day I chose honesty over fear." Moral of the story, honesty may seem difficult in the moment, but it builds a future no shortcut ever can. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small town on the edge of the world lived a young man named Aaron. He wasn't rich. He wasn't famous. He wasn't powerful. But he had something rare awareness. Every morning, while others scrolled mindlessly, Aaron read about the world. Children without clean water, forests disappearing, wars destroying innocent lives, people divided by borders, religion, and color. One day, his friend mocked him. "Why do you care? Those problems aren't yours." Aaron replied softly, "If they are human problems, they are my problems." That sentence changed his life. Instead of blaming governments, Aaron started small. He reduced waste. He educated people online. He volunteered locally. He helped strangers without asking where they were from. When floods hit another country, he raised funds. When hate spread online, he spread understanding. When people argued over borders, he spoke about humanity. Years passed. Aaron never became a billionaire. He never ruled a nation. But something magical happened. People started listening. People started changing. People started caring. One day, a child asked him, "Who are you?" Aaron smiled and said, "I am not just a citizen of one country. I am a citizen of the world." And in that moment, the child understood. A global citizen doesn't wait for permission to change the world. They become the change. Moral of the story? Being a global citizen means caring beyond borders, acting beyond comfort, and thinking beyond yourself. The world doesn't change by leaders alone. It changes when ordinary people take global responsibility. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small, quiet village lived a poor boy named Mirza. He owned nothing except a small wooden flute carved by his late father. It was not valuable in money, but it was priceless to his heart. Every evening, Mirza sat under a banyan tree and played the flute. His music brought peace to tired villagers, smile to crying children, and hope to broken hearts. One cold night, Mirza noticed an old stranger shivering near the road. The man had no food, no shelter, and no warmth. Mirza had only one blanket and one treasure, his flute. He hesitated. "This flute is my last memory of my father," he whispered. Then he looked at the old man's trembling hands and said softly, "Music can wait. Humanity cannot." Mirza wrapped the blanket around the stranger and placed the flute into his hands. "Sell it, sir. Buy food. Stay warm." The old man's eyes filled with tears. The next morning, Mirza returned to the banyan tree, empty hands, but a peaceful heart. They passed. One afternoon, a royal messenger arrived in the village. The king had heard of a boy who gave away his only possession to save a stranger. The old man was no beggar. He was the king in disguise. Mirza was invited to the palace. The king said, "You lost a flute, but gained a character stronger than gold." Mirza was offered education, security, and a chance to teach music to thousands. The boy who owned nothing became a man who inspired millions. And the banyan tree still whispers his story. Those who give from the heart never remain poor. A moral of the story. True wealth is not what you keep, it is what you give when you have little. Kindness always returns, multiplied. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Once, there was a young man who dreamed of conquering the highest mountain in his land. He packed his bag, filled with hope and determination, and began the climb. At the start, he was full of energy, taking big leaps, racing upward and laughing proudly. But as the days passed, the air grew thin, the path steep, and his confidence began to fade. He slipped, stumbled, and fell many times. Each time he did, he looked up at the peak still far, far away and sighed, "It's too far. Maybe I'll never make it." One morning, as he sat exhausted on a rock, an old climber passed by and said gently, "Don't look at how far you have left. Look at how far you..." A young man once set out on a long journey across the desert. He wore new shoes and carried great confidence, but after walking a few miles, he began to limp. Something small inside his shoe was hurting his foot. He ignored it at first. "It's just a pebble," he thought. "I'll remove it later." But as he kept walking, the pain grew worse. Every step became heavier, slower, and more frustrating. Finally, unable to bear it, he stopped and took off his shoe. Inside, he found a tiny pebble so small it could fit on his fingertip. He smiled bitterly and said,
This little thing caused all my pain.
"If I had stopped earlier, my journey would have been smoother." In a small town, two young men lived in the same house. Both dreamed of success. Both wanted a better life. But they looked at the world very differently. Every morning, Rahul stood by the window. He watched people leaving for work. He saw sunlight on the road. He imagined possibilities. "Someday, I'll be out there," stayed on the bed. "There's no point looking," he said. "Life never changes." Days passed. One evening, a notice appeared on the building door. "New company opening nearby. Jobs available." Rahul saw it through the window reflection. Without hesitation, he prepared his resume and went early the next morning. Aman laughed. "Why try? They won't select us." Weeks later, Rahul got the job. His life slowly transformed. New skills, new confidence, new dreams. One morning, as Rahul packed to move out, Aman finally went to the window. He looked outside and realized the world had always been full of opportunities. But the window had not been the problem. His mind was... And that day, Aman learned a painful truth. Opportunities don't wait for those who only watch life from a distance. A moral of the story: your mindset decides your future. Opportunities are visible only to those who are ready. Waiting is easy. Action is life-changing. The window you need to open is your thinking. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. A wealthy master prepared to travel to a distant land. Before leaving, he called 3 of his servants. To the first, he gave 5 talents. To the second, 2 talents. To the third, 1 talent. Each received according to his ability. The master left, and time passed. The first servant immediately went to work. He invested, took risks, and worked day and night. Soon, his 5 talents became 10. The second servant also acted with courage. He used his 2 talents wisely and doubled them to 4. But the third servant was afraid. Fear whispered, "What if I fail? What if I lose everything?" So he dug a hole in the ground and buried his talent. After a long time, the master returned. The first servant proudly said, "Master, you gave me 5 talents. I earned 5 more." The master smiled. "Well done, good and faithful servant." The second servant stepped forward. "Master, you gave me 2 talents. I gained 2 more." Again, the master replied, "Well done." Then came the third servant. "Master," he said nervously, "I was afraid, so I hid your talent. Here is what you gave me." The master's face changed. "You were not punished for losing. You were punished for doing nothing." The unused talent was taken away and given to the one who used his gifts, and the master said words that echoed forever. "To those who use what they have, more will be given." A moral of the story: your greatest failure is not trying and losing, it is having potential and doing nothing with it. Use your gifts before fear buries them. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One day, as Buddha was teaching his disciples, an angry man pushed through the crowd. His face burned with rage. His voice shook with hatred. He shouted insults, cursed Buddha, and tried to provoke him, expecting anger in return. But Buddha remained silent, calm, still as a mountain. The man grew even angrier. Finally, Buddha looked at him and asked gently, "If someone offers you a gift, but you refuse to accept it, who does the gift belong to?" The man answered, confused, "To the one who offered it." Buddha smiled and said, "In the same way, I do not accept your anger, so it remains with you." The crowd fell silent. The man's rage collapsed into shame. Tears filled his eyes. He bowed and whispered, "I came to defeat you, but you defeated my anger." That day, the man didn't just walk away calmer, he walked away free. Moral of the story: anger only harms the one who carries it. When you refuse to react, you take back your power. Silence and calm are the strongest responses. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Ramesh was a modest clerk living a quiet life with his wife Sita. Their world was small but stable, simple meals, honest work, and peaceful sleep. One rainy evening on his way home, Ramesh bought a lottery ticket just out of curiosity. That night, as Sita prepared dinner, Ramesh casually checked the newspaper. Suddenly, his hands started shaking. The ticket number matched the first prize. 10 million rupees. Ramesh's heart pounded. His breath grew heavy. Without confirming the result officially, his mind exploded with dreams. He imagined a big house, luxury cars, servants, respect, power, but soon, joy turned into fear. What if relatives take advantage of us? What if Sita wastes the money? What if people envy me? Suspicion replaced happiness. When Sita asked what happened, Ramesh snapped angrily. That night, they argued for the first time in years. Sleep disappeared. Peace vanished. The next morning, Ramesh rushed to the lottery office. The officer checked the number carefully, paused, and said calmly, "Sir, this ticket won the third prize, 5,000 rupees." Ramesh felt the ground slip beneath his feet. On the way home, shame filled his heart. At home, Sita welcomed him with warm tea and a gentle smile. Ramesh broke down and said softly, "Forgive me. I lost our peace over money we didn't even have." Sita replied, "We were rich yesterday because we were content." That day, Ramesh understood a powerful truth. Greed can steal happiness faster than poverty ever can. A moral of the story: true wealth is peace of mind. Dreams without gratitude create suffering. Money can change life, but contentment protects it. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Everyone decided to leave, but Samira refused. If a rose can bloom here, a future can bloom here too. She began learning about desert farming, water conservation, and solar techniques from old books traders left behind. Day and night, she studied. She worked tirelessly, designing small experimental farms around her village. Everyone laughed at her. "You're just a girl. You can't save a dying village. Dreams don't grow here." But she didn't stop. And this story continues to watch. Just click full video link below and subscribe and like to this channel at Horror Planets and share. One morning, a man named Rajiv was getting ready for work. His children were eating breakfast, his wife was organizing the day, and everything seemed normal. Suddenly, his daughter accidentally knocked over a cup of hot coffee. The coffee spilled onto Rajiv's freshly ironed white shirt. In that moment, Rajiv exploded. He yelled at his daughter. He blamed his wife. He rushed angrily to change his shirt. The children missed their school bus. His wife arrived late to work. Rajiv drove angrily, broke traffic rules, got fined, and reached the office already stressed. That one small moment ruined the entire day. But here's the truth. The coffee didn't ruin his day. His reaction did. Later that same week, another morning, same house, same coffee. This time, when the cup spilled, Rajiv took a deep breath. He calmly helped his daughter clean up. He changed his shirt peacefully. The kids caught the bus. His wife reached work on time. Rajiv reached office, relaxed and focused. Same problem. Different reaction. Completely different outcome. The 90-10 rule explained. 10% of life is what happens to you. 90% of life is how you react to it. You can't control. Traffic mistakes, criticism, delays, failures. But you can control your reaction, your attitude, your response, and that's where success, peace, and happiness live. Moral of the story: life is not ruined by events. It is ruined by reactions. Master your reaction, and you master your life. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a quiet artist colony in Greenwich Village, two young women, Sue and Johnsy, shared a small room and a dream to become great artists. One cold winter, a deadly illness, pneumonia, swept through the city. Johnsy fell sick. Day by day, her strength faded. Doctors tried. Sue prayed. But Johnsy had already given up inside her heart. From her bed, Johnsy stared out of the window at an old ivy vine clinging to a brick wall. "When the last leaf falls, I will die," she whispered. Sue was terrified. "Don't think like that," she pleaded. But Johnsy's hope was tied to the falling leaves. One by one, the leaves dropped in the cold rain and wind. In the same building lived an old artist named Bearman. He had dreamed all his life of painting a masterpiece, but never had. When Sue told him about Johnsy's belief, Bearman's eyes filled with tears and anger. "That's foolishness," he said. But deep inside, he made a decision. That night, a violent storm raged. Rain lashed the streets. Freezing wind howled. In the morning, Johnsy opened her eyes and looked at the wall. The last leaf was still there. All day, it clung to the wall. The next night, more wind, more rain. Morning came again. The leaf was still there. Something changed in Johnsy's heart. "If that leaf can hold on, maybe I can too," she whispered. Slowly, Johnsy recovered. But soon, Sue received devastating news. Old Bearman had been found sick in his room. He had caught pneumonia and died. Beside his bed were paints and brushes and a ladder. The truth was revealed. The last leaf was not real. It was Bearman's masterpiece, painted on the wall during the storm. He gave his life so another could live. Moral of the story: so, hope can save lives. True greatness lies in selfless sacrifice. Sometimes, the smallest act of kindness becomes someone else's reason to live. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. Long ago, in a prosperous kingdom surrounded by rivers and mountains, lived a king named King Roshan. He was not feared for his power, nor admired for his riches, but loved for something far greater, his kindness. Unlike other kings who hid behind palace walls, King Roshan walked among his people every morning, dressed as a common man. He listened to farmers, helped merchants, and sat beside the poor. Many didn't know they were speaking to the king, but he knew them by name. One harsh winter, famine struck the land. Crops failed, food vanished, and fear spread like wildfire. The royal advisors urged the king to lock the granaries and protect the palace first. But King Roshan said quietly, "A king who saves his crown but loses his people rules nothing." That very night, he ordered the palace gold melted and traded for grain. He opened the royal kitchens and fed everyone, rich and poor alike. He even sold his jeweled crown to buy medicine for the sick. Weeks passed. The king grew thinner. His robes became simple, yet the people grew stronger. One night, exhausted, the king collapsed. Doctors rushed in. As news spread, something unbelievable happened. The streets filled. Farmers came with sacks of grain. Children came with coins. Merchants brought medicines. Soldiers offered their wages. They said, "You gave us everything. Now it's our turn." The king recovered. The famine ended. The kingdom didn't fall. It rose stronger than ever. Years later, when asked the secret of his powerful rule, King Roshan smiled and said, "Kindness is the only crown that never breaks." Moral of the story: true leadership is not about power or wealth, but about compassion. When you give selflessly, the world gives back multiplied. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small coastal village, an old man walked the shore every morning. The villagers thought he was lonely, maybe even strange. But one stormy night, the sea swallowed half the village. Homes destroyed, boats lost, hope shattered. The next morning, while everyone stood frozen in fear, the old man walked to the shore with a single bucket of water. A young boy laughed. "Grandfather, do you think one bucket can fix the ocean?" The old man smiled and poured the water back into the sea. He said, "The ocean isn't made of waves, it's made of drops that never stopped coming." That day, the villagers didn't rebuild everything at once. They rebuilt one house, then one boat, then one life. Weeks passed. Months passed. The village rose again stronger than before. The boy grew up and became a leader. Years later, when asked how he rebuilt an entire village, he answered, "I didn't try to be the ocean. I chose to be one drop every single day." Moral of the story: never underestimate small actions. Consistency beats power. You don't change the world by being everything, only by being something repeatedly. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a small town divided by differences, language, beliefs, opinions, and pride, darkness ruled more than the night. People lived close, yet hearts were far apart. One winter evening, a sudden storm cut electricity across the town. Homes fell into silence. Streets vanished into darkness. Fear quietly crept in. At the center of the town stood an old hall. Inside, a single candle burned, lit by an elderly woman who whispered, "Light is stronger when it is shared." Curious neighbors arrived one by one. Each carried their own unlit candle. Some hesitated, some argued, some doubted. Then, the old woman leaned forward and lit the first candle from her flame. That person lit another, and another, and another. Something magical happened. The hall glowed brighter with every shared flame. The same people who once argued now stood together, faces illuminated, shadows gone. No candle lost its flame, yet the light multiplied. When the power returned, no one rushed home. They had discovered something stronger than electricity: unity. From that night onward, whenever conflict arose, the town would light candles together, reminding themselves, Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Moral of the story: unity doesn't weaken individuality. It strengthens humanity. When we share our light, the world becomes brighter for everyone. Division creates darkness. Unity creates power. Thanks for watching. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel at Horror Planets and share. In a remote village surrounded by cracked earth and dying crops, people lived in fear. For 3 years, not a single drop of rain had fallen. Rivers dried. Children cried from hunger. Farmers lost hope. Every morning, villagers gathered at the temple, praying loudly, "Please send rain, please save us." Yet the sky remained silent. One day, an old traveler arrived. His clothes were simple, his eyes calm. The villagers called him the Rainmaker. Desperate, they surrounded him. "Can you bring rain?" they asked. The Rainmaker replied softly, "I can, but only if you allow me to work alone." Skeptical but helpless, the villagers agreed. The Rainmaker entered a small hut at the edge of the village. No chants, no rituals, no noise. 3 days passed. People mocked him. "He's a fraud. He's doing nothing." On the 4th day, dark clouds gathered.
ऐसे बड़े-बड़े स्टोरियां नहीं दिखाओ तब के।
Poured. Rain
वैसा काटा था और
poured like
अच्छा
a
रहती,
miracle.
नहीं?
The villagers ran in joy, dancing in the rain. They rushed to the Rainmaker and asked, "How did you do it?" The Rainmaker smiled and said, "I did not make the rain. I restored harmony within myself. When I was in balance, nature followed." The villagers fell silent. They realized the truth. They were fighting, blaming, panicking, and spreading fear, creating chaos not just in the village, but in themselves. The Rainmaker taught them one final lesson. When you fix the storm inside you, the storm outside begins to change. From that day on, the village prospered not just because of rain, but because of peace, discipline, and unity. Moral of the story: you cannot control the world, but you can control yourself. When your mind is calm, focused, and disciplined, opportunities begin to flow naturally. Fix your mindset. Align your actions. Success will follow like rain after drought. Click like and subscribe. For more videos, subscribe to this channel.